Good morning, people. Holy Jesus. Listen, before I even get started, I want to thank you guys that are in here right now because I know a lot of people are going to be covering this today in real time, live. And so I'm really glad that all my McLeans are here. If you know, you know. All my McLeans are here. I'm happy that you're here. And so this is I'm doing this just for my McLeans. So Tom and Boston Mike are live right now, and apparently Helena Rafferty just walked in with the O'Keefes, which is a little weird because I don't think she's been to any of the hearings. And Tracy Walker gifted 5 memberships. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so she walked in with just Paul. Okay, gotcha. Now, I'm part of me is like, good. I'm glad she's there. You know, die on your fucking hill. Die on your fucking hill. Good for you. Right on. Let everybody know where you stand. Now the other part of me is like, why the fuck is she there? You know, and I can't help but always be a little worried for Aiden, you know, because they could just decide to throw handcuffs on him anytime they want, and charge him with something. And I think that they're more desperate now to shut him up than they ever have been, especially after the newest developments with Paul O'Keefe and the fact that Paul O'Keefe walked in with Chief Rafferty. Yeah. So who knows? We'll see. But again, you know, that's just my speculative mind going crazy. Maybe she's just there just to be there. Who the fuck knows? So now I was scheduled to go live at 10:30, but I wanted to come on a little bit early because something just dropped not even an hour ago. I think maybe even just 30 minutes ago. And it is actually, believe it or not, a second interview with Ted Daniel and Karen Reed. So now Aiden is about to go live. He's about to do an impromptu courthouse live. So I think maybe he might be speaking outside of the courthouse for whatever reason, because there is a big crowd out there. And this is one of those times where I wish I was there to help rally everybody up. But I'm pretty sure that's what Aiden is probably about to do, because I heard him talking to Tom about a megaphone, or Tom talking to him about a lack thereof. So we'll just have to see. And Aiden already went inside, but he has I'm telling you, I'm looking at an upcoming live stream that he has scheduled. Yep, and he's live now. So let's. All right.
Can't deny the science or the physics. It's a fact. We're trying to keep them out. All right, guys, what's up? Quick little check-in, guys. We're down here live. We got a good crowd here for free Karen Reed. No blue shirts as usual. No blue shirts. What's happening? All right. Helena Rafferty is here in uniform. She walked in with Donut Boy and his mother.
Donut Boy.
So we did, you know, full uniform. She's never come to a hearing before in her life. So we'll see what happens. All right. So look, you guys. Hold on. Mind if I get up here and just yell? Yeah. As long as you can yell. Yeah. I don't have my megaphone, but screw it. All right, so look it. They're here today. We're here today because they are trying to attempt these brilliant doctors from ARCA from testifying at Karen Reed's second trial. They don't want them to testify because they have an inconvenient truth that the science and the physics says that John O'Keefe was not hit by a motor vehicle, which means Karen Reed didn't kill him, which means someone else did. And that's the uncomfortable reality that they don't want to face, that they don't want to hear. And they know that no jury will ever convict Karen Reed as long as they hear these experts say that. They know that. And the only way that they can try to lynch this woman, because that's what this is. This has been a state-sponsored lynching since
That's exactly what it is.
The only way they can lynch this woman is by preventing brilliant doctors from speaking about the science. That's what this is about. And they're kind of cause confusion, and Spanky's out here talking about emails on this date and this date, and nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck. None of that has anything to do with anything. They just don't want those guys to speak because they're going to say the inconvenient truth that John O'Keefe was not hit by a vehicle. Was not hit by a vehicle. They don't want him to talk. That's low. Who tries to keep out evidence in a murder trial? Who doesn't want to hear that? Wouldn't you want to hear the truth?
Exactly.
If there's nothing to hide.
Exactly.
Why not just let these guys speak? If you can combat them. Oh, no, okay. It's like I don't want to offend them. I don't want to offend them. I'm not saying anything.
She's innocent.
All right, so it looks like the O'Keefes are coming in, or
Yeah. Guilty people. Yeah, that's it. So, look, the science says she wasn't hit, and they want to talk about this.
Now, technically, I didn't hear one boo. Just for the record.
You guys know that I've always said I'm not counting on the feds. I don't wake up every day saying, "Oh boy, I hope today's the day," because if not, we're all in trouble. No, it doesn't matter if the feds come out. It matters for John. He will never get justice if the people who killed him are not arrested for it. But the feds coming in one way or another isn't going to affect Karen Reed, and it's not going to affect me because the facts and evidence are on our side, and the Constitution's on our side, freedom's on our side, truth is on our side, and the people are on our side. And we're never going to stop fighting, no matter what happens. We're all going to be here. As you can see, there's a bigger crowd today. Yeah. And it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So I thank you guys all for being here. Yeah, keep on coming. Next week, same thing. March 4th, we're going to be out here again. I got a hearing here March 5th for my motion to dismiss. We're gonna start seeing a lot more of each other in the not so distant future, and we're never gonna quit. They're hoping we're just gonna give up, but we're never gonna quit. We're never gonna quit. We're never gonna give up. So thank you guys all for coming. I love you guys. Keep up the outrage. Let's keep up the outrage. I love you guys. Peace to you, bum trees. All right.
Ada, why do you think Helena's here today?
Helena's here.
Oh, he ended the live. Shit. Okay. I wanted to hear what he had to say about that. Okay, so this just happened. Before the hearing starts, we're going to go over this. Hold on 1 second here, folks. Sorry about that, guys. 1 second here. This is brand new. This just dropped.
How many nights do you think that you've stayed at a hotel since this legal saga began?
Since the legal saga began, trial was every bit of 10 weeks and then a week or so leading up to it. So that's 100 days, 90 plus days. And then every hearing, at least one day. And that's just not having a license and being out in the suburbs. Now I don't have my house anymore. So I'm always in transition of where I'm staying. So, and when Alan and Liza come in, and now Bob, and if it's one of our experts, time is of the essence. And I like to be involved in everything. So I certainly don't want my legal team convening and I'm not there. You miss one day of this case on this legal team and
you're lost.
You're behind.
Yep.
We just got a discovery dump today. This tends to happen right before a hearing. We get discovery. I wonder if part of that is preempting us saying in court in an open forum that we're still waiting on this, this, and this. So then we get it. And then but we haven't had time to really distill it before we're back in court. But we just got a dump today. And it's nice because the lawyers are coming in and we're kind of all combing through it. We'll sit down tonight and go through it. We'll have time again tomorrow to go through it. So staying with them helps foster this logistically.
During this time when there is no trial, we see you in court once every 3 months. But what's going on when we're not seeing you? This is it, right?
This is it. I work on the case every day. From when I wake up, I'll take a few breaks. I'll have dinner with friends or with my family or both. But the hearing those are easy days. I mean, they're easy for me. I don't have to do anything, but it's all the days in between. Now this is the second trial. So for any given witness, there's the initial police reports, or in some cases, no police reports. We've got the state grand jury, then we've had a federal grand jury, and now a trial, and then any interim police reports that involve some of these witnesses. So it's layers of statements, and the inconsistencies are just seemingly endless. So there's always work to do, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack, that the report may look at a first glance to read the same, but then you read it 2 or 3 times and it starts to sink in. We were just looking at a police report, my father and I, a couple mornings ago, an early police report from January 29th by Michael Lank with the Canton PD. And I've read this so many times that I don't know if I've become desensitized to it, but he says to Matt McCabe when he goes into 34 Fairview, if John got in a fight the night before. And I always read that as if...
And that's documented?
That's documented in the Canton police report from that day, 3 years ago, nearly to the hour to right now. But now that I read it, I'm like, of course he's being asked if he knew of John getting into a fisticuffs, because John looks like he was.
Right.
And those are things that I read in the moment when I was arrested and then arraigned on February 2nd. And I don't quite know the contours of what I'm dealing with. I first think that this is just mistaken. I was hysterical. I was drinking, and they've just got the wrong person. And then piece by piece, it came together. Like they got the right person. I'm the wrong person, but for them, I was the right person. Now, 3 years later, looking at a police report that I got on February.
That's gonna get
actually, David came and brought it to the holding cell at the Stoughton District Courthouse on February 2nd, right before I was arraigned. You see something every time that you just can't see without repetition. Your eyes like preempt what you're gonna, what the next word is, what the next sentence, and it doesn't have the same meaning to you today on January 29th, 2025 that it did in 2022.
So are you...
Now, real quick, guys, quick reminder. Yes, I'm going to be streaming the hearing live. And like I said, that's just for my McLeans, my diehards. So those of you who leave to go watch it somewhere else, fuck you. And those who stay, thank you. You guys are awesome. But no, I interrupted this interview real quick to let you guys know and remind you that tonight at 6 p.m., even though I am streaming this live in real time, I will be doing a recap of today's hearing at 6 p.m. tonight with the notorious Nan Gallagher, also known as LaFerrio, aka Only Nan. She will be here. And we will get to hear some legal insights from her and some strong opinions from the both of us. So I'm really looking forward to that because I think she's great. I really enjoy talking to her about this case and talking to her in general. She's just great. So I'm really looking forward to that. So make sure to come back here 6 p.m. tonight for a recap of what we're going to be watching in this hearing at 11 o'clock today.
You going through all the police reports that you've looked at prior and all the statements? You're going through everything again.
You got to go through everything again, because every time you get something new, it's not what is this on its face. In my case, it's what's changed. What are they saying now versus what did they say 6 months ago, 12, 18 months ago? So you're always doing, I mean, I've got some things in a spreadsheet. That's how my mind has always worked, but some things you just have to read. You've got to go through the
And there's Liz Reed. It's good to see you, Liz Reed. Thanks for being here.
The court minutes, go through the transcripts, but a police report today, we'll read something. Liza and I were on the phone on the way up here, and it's wait a minute, what did this witness say, or what did this responding officer say back on February 10th, 2022? Well, now he's saying this. So you've got to always compare and see what's changed.
Do you feel like you've gotten more astute doing this now for 3 years?
That's why, guys. This is exactly why, people. It's so important to do actual research. Don't just read news clips. Don't just listen to news clips. You've got to do the actual research. And going into this, you guys watched me do it live, and I read these police reports. I'm so glad that I read the initial reports from these so-called cops, because when the trial came along, we had something to compare the testimony to. And if it wasn't for being able to look for inconsistencies just in the police reports, we wouldn't have been able to find so many inconsistencies in the testimonies and the police reports. So, and this is why we're all here, because we were able to do that. So Karen is very much validating this method, because she's saying that this is what the legal team is basically doing. They're looking at every inconsistency. And their work is so cut out for them because they're looking for inconsistencies, because there are so many inconsistencies that it's become so time consuming to find them all. It's insane.
I understand now how it's gonna. I understand better how it's gonna play in court.
She does understand better how it's gonna. We all understand better how it's gonna play in court. But imagine being in her position.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Kim, I love Labradors. If the car didn't hit, you must have quit. Agreed. Thank you so much. And Jennifer Kidwell, thank you so much. Good morning from Kentucky. Thanks for all you do and for being live for this today. Bring it, Spanky, because you wrong. Agreed. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
I think of things I was texting David constantly in the early days of this. I'd find something and I think, well, can't we go talk to this person? And they'll say it didn't happen that way. And now I know better how tough it is to get, and especially in my case, how tough it is to get something admitted. Even going into trial with my seasoned attorneys, there were things we thought we could show, like an exhibit, for example, like one witness, Christina Hanley, the key part of her forensic report at the MSP lab, and she's just a scientist, a civilian, but the glass on the bumper that was photographed on the bumper does not match the cocktail glass. So that means it's from another piece of glass.
It means it was planned.
That had to have been two breaking events. There's the glass that was found around John's body, the base, I think it was Lank that pulled it out with his gloves on, or maybe it was Buchnick, the base of the cocktail glass. That is scientifically proven by the state police, Christina Hanley, not to be the glass that was on the bumper.
But I think the jury was left in the first trial with the impression that it
So
was.
why didn't Bev let that in? Because that's the epitome of exculpatory right there.
The glass.
Yes, because it's so confusing. Nothing's referred to as the cocktail glass or the bumper glass or the lawn glass. It's 7-1 item 5
Right.
or item A, or 7-12 items A, B, C, D, and E. And then there's more glass found by Proctor, and that's 7-13 item A. And when you have the scientist who, my guess is worried that we're trying.
Now, real quick, guys, sorry. I would feel bad because, and I never share mainstream media's links so that you guys could follow them and give them a like, but Boston 25 is earning it today. They have been, and that's who we're going to stream to watch the trial, or the hearing anyway, and most likely the trial too. Ted Daniel is a good dude, I think, and let's show Boston 25 some support for putting all of the information out there.
We're trying to impeach her when we're in fact not. We just want her to present the report. And this is, I don't know when she testified, but it's mid-trial. It's 2 p.m.
Well, Cherry, I have to correct you there. All Ted Daniel did was his job. His sources said something. I'm sure it was leaked through his sources, but his job, nevertheless, is to report the information he gets from his sources. So all he said was, my sources are telling me. He didn't say it was fact or fiction. He just said, this is what my sources are telling me. That's not something I would ever blame him for. Susie, thank you so much. I'm watching from Australia. Will, it's 2:40 a.m. here. What time is the hearing today? Free Karen Reed. It's going to start at 3 a.m. there for you, Susie. Thank you so much.
It's 80 degrees outside, and you see jurors' eyes glass over, and I know what's coming. I know what that report is, and it doesn't come out cleanly. So we were thinking going into trial, we could summarize what she was saying using her own acronyms and abbreviations. Here's 712, here's 713, no match, something like that. And that exhibit was denied. So we were learning on the fly things we
Not
thought.
having it sidebar, correct? Because I don't remember.
It happened at sidebar.
Okay. So this is a very familiar spot in Boston for you. This is your old life.
This is my old life that I go by probably once a week. I took the train in and out of South Station every day to where I lived in Mansfield. And I'd come out the back, and this is where I worked for 15 years, Fidelity at 245 Summer Street. And
Equity analyst was your title.
I was equity research. My role was a sector specialist, and it was in this building at 245.
Do you still stay in contact with any of the people you work with?
I do. I would say about half of my donations have come from former colleagues at Fidelity. Half of what you're aware of that you can see has come from former Fidelity colleagues. So it's funny, Ted. I was sent home from Fidelity, from that building, I want to say the second week in February 20.
Yes, Nan, we are going to go over that tonight. That's for sure. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this stuff.
2020, the pandemic. And I remember talking to someone on the subway. I took like a 2 p.m. train back to Mansfield. And I was talking to someone else who had been sent home from a job, a different facility.
Because of COVID.
And we were saying, we'll be back in a week, right? 2 weeks. Little did I know, I'd reconnect with someone I had dated nearly 20 years earlier in 2004. I'd be working from home for 2 years, and then he would be tragically killed, murdered. And I've been framed for it. And I never would set foot in that building again. So it was a pandemic.
Wow,
and I was suspended from Fidelity.
Can you fucking imagine Think about this. Like, put this into perspective for just a second, folks. How fucking surreal was it for every one of us? This pandemic. Nobody fucking knew how to handle that. When this pandemic happened, this was unprecedented. Nobody in our lives had ever dealt with that in their lifetime, much less ourselves. Nobody that we knew in our lives, in their entire lifetime, no matter how old they were, had ever dealt with that. So there was no guidance from elders. There was nothing like that. We didn't know what to fucking do. And our government, our media was scaring the shit out of us about it. Well, our government, not so much, because it was still the Trump administration. Technically, it was the media. And the Trump administration still handled it well, I thought. But we were scared because it was clear that the Trump administration didn't really know what to do either. They just did the best they could. So our government didn't know what to do. And we didn't know what to do. But here, Karen Reed and her family, confused about this whole situation and not knowing what to do. Karen gets framed for fucking murder on top of it. Anybody here know what to do if they get framed for murder? I fucking don't.
Officially, as soon as I was indicted.
Is that their policy?
I would think so. I would think so, that it means there's been some due process.
Is there hard feelings about that? Or could you even have kept your job even if you wanted to?
I would not be capable of having that responsibility to shareholders and trying to save my own life. I was bitter at first, but I understand it. I just had such strong, tender feelings and I still do, for Fidelity. I would have stayed there forever. I was very happy there. But as former coworkers have reached out, have donated incredibly generously, I feel like, all right, it's the company is the people.
Yeah.
And they've been there for me. And
do you miss that?
I miss working every day. I miss just being ordinary and not feeling like people are looking at me everywhere I go.
Does that happen?
It does. I don't know that everyone is, but I know people approach me everywhere I go, and I have to imagine there's people who aren't approaching me that recognize me. But I've come to terms with the fact, Ted, that this is what my purpose is in my life. It wasn't working at Fidelity. It wasn't teaching a night class at Bentley.
You know what I noticed too? It was kind of weird. Like when Trump would say China, he sounded a lot like Colton Harris Moore, who I had on my channel. And he talked about China a lot when I had him on. Like, it was really weird because it was well before the Trump administration. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was during the Trump administration. But that he was on. But he was like, he would say China just like Trump did. China. It's just fucking weird. China.
Those jobs are replaceable. Someone else is doing the job. Someone else is teaching. Someone else is the dean at Bentley now that my father's gone. And we're here to shed light on the corruption that exists in this state. Woo! And I feel humbled by it in some ways. It's a nightmare, and I wish it never happened.
What's up, Dina? Dina's out here representing resistant to silence right now. So that's Dina. What's up, Dina?
But I also feel that I can handle this, and I don't feel weaker as it goes. I feel stronger. And the public support is the restoration of my reputation, which was a big loss, has re-energized me, has energized me, rejuvenated me. But this is what I'm here for. And I get messages constantly mainly from people I've never met, and from people that are suffering. And it's a lot of women that have either had like a physical loss of a spouse or a child, or an illness similar to mine, or with a colostomy bag, or have been the victim of police harassment, or some type of unfairness with the criminal justice system. And there's a lot of suffering in this world. Mine is just very visible, but I do feel honored isn't the right word, but I'm humbled by it. And I feel like this is your purpose. And a lot of people have purposes thrust on them that they didn't really want.
So people will stop you on these streets. What do they say to you?
A lot of times, so I just went to the cobbler to get shoes that I'm going to wear to court this week that I wore out during trial. And the cobbler on Tremont Street and someone in the shop said to me, just very respectfully, hang in there. And a lot of people are pulling for you. I hear that probably the most, if I could generalize the sentiment. We're pulling for you. Hang in there. I was walking through the Common when the weather was warmer in the fall.
Now, I've done this before, but type a 1 if you live in Massachusetts. Just type a 1 in my chat if you live in Massachusetts.
An old friend from Fidelity, and someone just was running, some guy maybe about 25, 30 years old, running through the Common, and he waited until he passed me. And this was about 5 o'clock. There were people everywhere, and he just yelled, "Free Karen Reed." People will yell that in a busy area, but it's constant, and it's
okay. See, that is one of the things that tells me that Karen Reed is absolutely innocent, that I'm not fucking crazy. Because here I am in buttfuck Tennessee, and I have over 2,000 people watching me right now, and the majority of the people watching me right now are locals in Massachusetts, because this case is affecting them this much. That the support I get for this channel is mostly concentrated in Massachusetts right now because of how important this case is and how they're affected by it. Jessica Foley, thank you so much for becoming a new member. So Karen Reed is sitting here telling you she goes to a place, to a cobbler, to get her shoe worked on, and they're like, hang in there. We got you. Wherever Karen Reed goes in Boston, in the greater Boston area, someone tells her that they support her, that they believe she's innocent and they support her. Despite what you hear on mainstream media until Ted Daniel. Despite. Make no mistake about that. Despite what these people, you guys, have heard on mainstream media, you're listening to evidence and you're listening to logic. You don't belong in the true crime genre of true crime junkies. You don't belong in that category of people. You're in a class of your own, a better class. That's a fact. Because you're looking at the evidence and you're making your judgment based on the evidence and not an echo chamber, not a mob, as people accuse you of being. True crime junkies do that shit. You guys don't do that.
heartwarming to me that this is my old stomping grounds. I used to live here in the building on the other side of this park lane. That was my first apartment. I met my best girlfriend there, and then I started working at Fidelity.
Were you in your 20s when you all started?
I was in my 20s when I started at Fidelity. I'd been somewhere before that, but this area is comfortable to me. And there was
now, obviously, this is almost 40 minutes long, so I'm not going to play this whole thing. When the hearing starts, I'm going to log in to to what's up, Microdots? I'm glad you're here, buddy. I'm gonna obviously pull up the hearing, and then after the hearing, I will go over the rest of this.
And there was a year that was kind of in hibernation where the general public did not know the truth of what had happened.
Right.
So I didn't know when I went out, what are people thinking? I would go check my mail or bring my garbage barrels in at night. I'd wait until nighttime, and then I'd go out to the street on Gilbert Street, where I used to live in Mansfield, and I just didn't want anyone looking at me or wondering or judging.
Well, think about that. Early on, I thought she was a cop killer. When I first heard about this case, when it first happened, I was covering true crime, came across the case, and remember deciding whether or not I was going to cover it or not. And I decided no, because to me, it just simply seemed like a girl who got drunk with her cop boyfriend. They got into a fight. She ran him over with her car. That's what I thought happened. It seemed logical enough. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. I figured the cops 99% of the time get it right. You know? I was definitely a back the blue guy. I still am a back the blue guy. But back then, I had never seen a case where cops like conspired to frame somebody and a DA's office. Never seen that before. Thought the notion was crazy, but didn't even hear the notion yet. I didn't hear the notion until I was told about this case years later, just before I actually started covering it. And I heard somebody who I respected very much in the community tell me, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure she's innocent. And you have to read all the documents. You cannot read news articles on, I mean, you don't go by the news articles. She didn't say to avoid the news articles. She was just saying you can't go by the news articles and you can't go by news stories. You just can't. You have to look at the documents. So I said, okay. So, yeah. And that's when I decided to look into it live. And then you guys started watching. And here we are. But yeah, I first, so my point in bringing that up was, imagine what it must have been like for her when it first happened. Here she is describing, I was afraid to take out my garbage during the day. I was afraid to go out except at night, where nobody would see me. Because I, honestly, when it happened, I just figured she was just a bad drunk and fought with her boyfriend a lot, and it went too far. That's the conclusion that I jumped to with the little information that I had. Jojo, thanks so much. The problem is the corruption here doesn't play fair if you aren't a liberal hack. Vote gets tossed. They have been cheating the people for years. Yeah. I mean, the liberal, yeah, I mean, I just have to say, like, the Democratic Party these days is just really, really fucked up. And I'm not saying the conservative Republican Party isn't either. I don't know. But we're seeing a lot of the corruption from the liberal side, aren't we? So it's I don't think it's a coincidence that Massachusetts is right there. And is a blue state. Scott, thanks so much for all the one Massachusetts viewers. be sure to give the glare a watch on other lives. This dude is not only entertaining, but he tells it like it is and spot on. Thanks, Will. Man, that's awesome. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. Like all my live streams from way back in the day are still up, man. You guys can go back years, literally years. Watch me do drunk streams and all kinds of shit. I've done all kinds of fucked up, stupid shit. I can tell myself that I have grown. That's for sure. So we got 3 minutes left. Let's check in on Tom real quick. And we'll watch the rest of that after the hearing.
I'm like, oh, okay.
They kind of control it.
I know they do.
Don't make them go on strike.
Oh, I already went over Turtle Boy's life.
Run them down Rafferty. I don't know if she's still there though. Turtle Boy saying she left, but she might have went downstairs to take a dump. Who knows? She's fucking
It's on the clock.
Boston Mike can't stand Rafferty, bro. I love Boston Mike, dude. Like
it's called shrinkage. Okay, sorry. That Seinfeld episode.
Welcome to Logic, Gem Girl.
The water's cold. Oh,
I love Boston Mike. I'm so grateful that they're cool with me like streaming that.
I don't know, Mike.
Because their shit is
What
funny.
do you know? What don't you know?
You couldn't script this. I'm thinking about it, right?
Of course.
Oh man,
You can't put this together.
Stop what you're doing right now and go give Tom and Mike a like. Stop what you're doing right now and go do that, please. Thank you, guys.
Oh man. The mods are the
Explain this whole story to somebody.
All right.
it would be
Tom just goes on these walks, starts fucking ranting. Now, Vinny Politan is on Defense Diaries, and I'm happy for the Matas for having such a prestigious guest. Because I would have Vinny Politan on my show, and I would go on his YouTube show. But I would not, if they asked me to go on Court TV, I would be like, no fucking way. No fucking way. Not that they would, but I'm saying, I mean, who knows if they ask Plevin. But if they were to ever do that, I would not even accept. I'm so done with Court TV and how they've covered this case. I mean, they did ask Plevin. Like, that's fucking facts, bro. Hold on. So it's not on their YouTube, so hold on.
Judge in the case is expected to make a decision about accusations of misconduct between Reed's attorneys and those experts. Boston 25 News reporter Ryan Breslin is live at Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham this morning, where the hearing will resume later this morning. Ryan.
Good morning to you, Ray and Catherine. Yeah, that's right. Today's hearing is a continuation of a hearing that ended rather abruptly last week when Judge Beverly Canone returned from a recess looking visibly upset and then canceled that pretrial hearing for the rest of the day.
The Commonwealth just provided the court with information that causes me grave concern.
Grave
The
concern.
implications of that information
Shut up.
may have profound effects on this defense and defense counsel.
Prior to making that statement, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan told the court that Karen Reed's defense team communicated with accident reconstruction experts, or ARCA, about their testimony prior to Reed's first trial. Those ARCA experts were originally hired by the feds. Brennan read from what appeared to be emails between the defense and ARCA referencing a $23,000 bill he says ARCA sent the defense, calling it, quote, unfair, imbalanced, and hidden. Today, that hearing will reconvene, and lawyers have been told to be prepared to address the issues from the last hearing, especially prior representations made by the defense. Appeared to be visibly upset. Then she canceled that hearing for the rest of the day.
The Commonwealth just provided the court with information that causes me grave concern. The implications of that information may have profound effects on this defense and defense counsel.
Now, it appears that this hearing is underway, so we'll send it back to you, Ray.
Okay, Ryan Breslin reporting live outside of the courthouse, and now we're taking you inside the courtroom where the judge is proceeding right now.
Calm down, shut up.
Email communication, detailed communication, memorializing a conversation regarding an engagement letter and a promise of retainer on March 20th and 22nd of last year, roughly 2 months before the ARCA witnesses testified. There's another email that was 2 days before the trial and after the voir dire, 2 days before the trial, with a list of cases. The Sunday before the witness testified, there's a proposed script of questions and answers and suggestions. And after the trial, there is an invoice or a bill, not just for reimbursement of travel and expenses, but for trial prep. Clearly, the ARCA witnesses were expecting to get paid. So the Commonwealth, I suspended for 3 reasons. The Commonwealth raised questions of candor with counsel in the court regarding the Rule 14 obligations. And frankly, I didn't think it was fair to have defense counsel stand up and have to answer to that without the opportunity to reflect, to talk to each other, to look at transcripts, to consult with people, and that it made sense to give you some time to do all of that.
You're so ethical, Bev. Thank you.
Commonwealth does raise serious issues, not just the rights of counsel, but Ms. Reed's right to a fair trial and all that
There's that bullshit again.
So it made sense to me to suspend first and foremost for that reason, so counsel can be prepared to make any comments if you choose to. Second reason is what the Commonwealth told us is inconsistent with my memory. So I wanted to make sure that my memory was right. So in a way to do that, I went back and reviewed the transcripts again. I started with the June 10th transcript of the discussion with Ms. Giannetti, where I raised my skepticism about defense counsel in a murder case calling not 1, but potentially 3 witnesses that you never talked to. I looked back at the June 18th Vardir hearing, the June 24th trial testimony of the ARCA witnesses, and the June 25th closing arguments of counsel. So after reviewing that, and my memory was pretty good about that, but what concerned me most is the memory that I had of a discussion here at Sidebar on February 6th, so 3 weeks ago, not last June, outside the hearing of everybody in this courtroom. And at the time, I was operating under the assumption that counsel was unable to provide the Rule 14 discovery because of a federal protective order. And the discussion at Sidebar clearly revealed that, and counsel did nothing to disabuse me of that. So I asked the trial court to expedite a hearing a transcript of that hearing. Mr. McDermott's going to mark it as evidence. And at that point, Mr. Jackson, when you didn't answer me at first, but when you did, you said, I can. The Commonwealth is saying, pursuant to Rule 14, and you know, exclusion and preclusion of a witness is a punitive sanction for Rule 14 violations. Ms. Reed has not violated anything. Why should she be penalized when the Commonwealth has the exact same batch of information that we have about these witnesses?
Right.
So I don't have any more information. I don't have any additional discovery. I didn't hire them. I didn't ask them to engage in additional protocols. So I've got nothing else to give Mr. Brennan. He's got the same information I got, and he got it at the same time. So that was concerning to me. Jim, do you have a copy of that you can?
Why was that
And I made
concerning?
sure. So the transcript is of the entire hearing because I don't want anyone to think anything's out of context.
That's what
So
I'm saying.
We will mark that as an exhibit. And the third reason I paused is because, frankly, I needed time to reflect.
Get the fuck
I
out of my
don't know
face.
what may flow from this. Obviously, I have to make findings, whatever they may be. But I wanted to explain why we recessed. I sent that one-page notification out last week about what we would be discussing. So I will hear from defense counsel if you want me to hear from you. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine too.
Oi, cunt!
I will hear from defense counsel.
Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I am going to be responding on behalf of defense counsel
Okay. Alessi?
all of your concerns.
Fuck yeah.
I have a notebook that I've given, albeit just now, to Mr. Brennan. It's got exhibits, but it's everything that everybody's already had. It's similar to what you're doing, transcripts, documents, probative issues. And if, with your Honor's permission, I'd like to provide you with the notebook so that you can follow.
That'd be great.
And should I hand it to someone here to have it handed you? Bring it up.
A court officer will take it for you.
Okay.
I appreciate that, Mr. Alessi.
You're welcome.
Alessi's awesome. My man said, "You're welcome."
And with that, Your Honor, I'm going to go to the podium and make my presentation.
Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm going to take 5 minutes to just quickly go through this.
That would be excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So basically, Turtle Boy called it. If you remember what Turtle Boy said on the Howie Carr show yesterday.
The judge takes 5 minutes to go over.
Now we go to the fan.
That just unfolded in court. She went over some of the concerns that she has in the communication between the defense, Karen Reed's team, and the expert witnesses. She also has the transcripts with her. She's going to look over those transcripts as well. But in the meantime, as we wait for the judge to come back and we wait for this to resume, we're going to toss it over to Vicky Graff for your weather on the 10s.
Okay.
Now it's time for.
So Turtle Boy basically called it. Howie Carr asked him, "Do you think that she'll like apologize for throwing a conniption fit and making a show out of the hearing last week?" And Turtle Boy was like, "No, what she'll do is she'll just go into some other dramatics. She'll sit up there and she'll go into some other fucking dramatics, justifying why she did what she did last week." And that's exactly what she just did. It's exactly what she just did. So, yeah, hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, there we go. I think that it's just, you know, the volume's never good in court. I mean, I'm wearing headphones and I hear everything just fine. So yeah, and that's how Bev explained it away. You know, Bev explained it away like, but she was doing it for the for the benefit of the defense.
Oh, sorry.
And for the benefit of
I know.
Karen Reed having a fair trial.
Sorry.
Well, she's not stalling because she is. Okay, they're back.
They're right up there.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is good. Other side too.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you.
All right, so I apologize if that wasn't quite 5 minutes. I just wanted to see what it was that you had there.
Are you comfortable with what's in the notebook?
Yes, if I haven't read everything, but I know what each of them are.
Table of contents.
Yes.
Table of contents. Leslie's so awesome, dude. Jax is probably like, Alessi, you better take this one, man, because if I get up there.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. May it please the court. I understand the moment. The moment has categories and components. And in my presentation today, Your Honor, I am going to go through those categories in this order. I am going to start with the notebook that I handed to Your Honor and to Mr. Brennan this morning. The notebook is purposefully in chronological order. The notebook is in chronological order because I believe the best explication of the facts and what those facts mean come from a proper chronological presentation of the facts. I also believe that the chronology is going to address many, if not all of the concerns as I understand from Your Honor. Your Honor, of course, will be the ultimate arbiter if they successfully address those concerns. But my intention, Your Honor, is not to obfuscate, not to conflate issues. To the contrary, my intention is going to be to elucidate and to illuminate so that Your Honor can make the proper determination. That is my genuine goal for my presentation. As I go through, and I know I don't have to say this to Your Honor, you can feel free to interrupt, pressure test me on anything I'm going to say. I would welcome it, but I believe if I can get through the chronology, my hope is that the facts will speak for themselves. But that brings me to my second component of understanding the moment, which is going to be to also add to the fact is what happened at the last hearing, on February 18th. And I have the transcript for that, and I have that in the notebook, because I believe that is also critical to the proper elucidation of the facts.
So that's the only thing I have not previously seen.
The February 18th transcript. There are 9 pages that I'm going to go through, Your Honor. And because of the stakes here, I am going to go through it hopefully efficaciously and efficiently, but it's going to have to be methodically.
All right, so are you addressing this in chronological order as well, right? So if you can tell me those pages now, I'll likely recess because I do want to see them before you talk about them,
Sure.
but I'll hear you going up to that point. So what pages are those?
And you're referring, Your Honor, to the February 18th transcript?
Yes,
Yes,
your number.
I will tell you exact
8
pages that I'm going to refer to. And Your Honor, get to this is tab 8 in the notebook.
Mm-hmm.
And specific pages that I'm going to reference start on page 53.
Okay.
And those are 9 pages that proceed all the way to really the substance ends on page 62.
Okay.
And I appreciate that Your Honor wants to take a look at them because I think it's incredibly important for putting in context what happened at that last hearing. And I think it helps also do a compare and contrast to what the actual facts are and to what the statements were that were made on the 18th. So am I understanding, Your Honor, that you would like me to suspend my
can
brief or keep going?
no, you can keep
Okay.
going and we'll stop so I can read whatever I think I need to read
Sure.
at certain points, but we should be good to at least start.
Thank you.
And can I just ask, when was this put together?
Started about a day and a half ago and was completed this morning.
Okay. All right. Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dude is
So
a fucking
I start with tab
legal
1,
terminator.
which is the March 22nd, or excuse me, go to the bottom, please, the March 20, 2024 email. And this is an email between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Wolf. It was sent from Mr. Jackson to Mr. Wolf. It was entitled Engagement. And so what I'm going to do is, that's where the notebook starts, but I want to go backwards to start in terms of something that is well known. And that is the federal investigation and the products of that federal investigation produced the ARCA report. And that was in February of 2024. So what preceded this communication was a production of materials from the federal government, about 3,000 pages.
I know exactly where he's going with
Contained
this.
in that 3,000 pages was the ARCA report of February of 2024. There was no index of the 3,000 pages, and the defense came upon that report. They got to reviewing the documents in March of 2024. And as Your Honor will recall, the trial 1 started in April of 2024. So it was pretty close to when that trial started. And I know Your Honor knows from both your judicial experience and other experience that when you're entering into a trial of this significance, there's a lot going on. And so what happens is that report's produced in amongst 3,000 pages, it is located, it is read, the significance of it is immediately discerned. The report, basically the findings of the report that the vehicle, and this is the substance is important, Your Honor, because it really informs a lot of the emails. The substance of the report speaks to the issue of whether or not the motor vehicle of Ms. Reed made contact at all with the decedent, and whether the decedent's injuries at all reflect a contact with that report.
Exactly. Let's not lose sight of the point.
Those findings in that report was set in cement in February of 2024. What do I mean set in cement? It means they were never changed, nor could they be changed.
Woo!
So that report was provided to the Commonwealth and to the defense. Next step, important also. Any party, the Commonwealth or defense, had access to ARCA. They had the opportunity to contact ARCA. There were restrictions that I'm going to get to on that contact. But either party had the opportunity to contact them. Now, only the Commonwealth knows why they didn't take that opportunity. It may be because of the findings. It may be for other reasons. I don't know. But I understand the facts to be that the Commonwealth didn't make contact with the ARCA experts. The defense surely did. So that is the background. That is the information that we have. And so what happens? The defense sees the report, sees that the information in it is completely exculpatory to Ms. Reed. Of course, any attorney, lest they want to risk malpractice, is going to make a communication with that expert, which was perfectly legal and perfectly contemplated by the rules of the road, if you will. Now, as Your Honor also knows, the rules of the road with regard to the ARCA expert were not set by this court. They were set by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And I'm importantly going to articulate with objective evidence what those rules of the road were. But the one key point is those rules were not set by this court. So the contact was made. This is one of the most unusual situations I've ever seen in my practice of law, meaning you have these experts, you have great exculpatory information, but there are significant constraints on how it is you can interact and utilize those experts.
Meaning it's
a complete
weird.
Unorthodox situation. Why do I emphasize that? I emphasize that because lawyers in trial practice are used to doing things a certain way. And when there are certain constraints that are imposed upon them, it becomes more sui generis.
This
more ad
motherfucker
hoc.
is spitting.
And then there has to be sort of new ways of addressing the situation. That now brings me with that important background to tab 1. And to repeat, the communications start with a report from the ARCA experts and their findings and their conclusions that never changed. They never changed
Exactly.
from the report they generated until the first communication in tab 1. It may seem self-evident, but given the moment, I'm not going to take anything as self-evident. The defense had zero input into the report and therefore had zero input into the findings.
There you go.
And in fairness to the Commonwealth, nor did the Commonwealth. So with that, we come to the emails on tab 1. March 20, Mr. Jackson to Mr. Wolf. Please note that there is no CC to Mr. Yannetti. Why is that important? When we get to Massachusetts Professional Rule of Conduct 3.3A1, that fact is going to become extraordinarily important. So we have a communication, and it needs to be read in its entirety. Fortunately, it's short. Dear Dr. Wolf, thank you so much for taking the time to get on the phone with me this morning. Pursuant to our conversation, please feel free to forward an engagement letter to this email address. I will get that countersigned and returned to you forthwith, along with your retainer, as required. I have the good fortune of dealing with experts probably every week. And this is classic form parlance. if it's going to be required, you always hope for your client that they're not going to require a retainer. But the language is as required, as. Also, if you could attach a copy of your Dr. Rentschler's and Mr. Klein's CV, I would appreciate it. I look forward to speaking to you and your team soon as we iron out the logistics for your participation in the trial. At that particular point in time, there was no conclusion, no agreement, no knowledge that these folks would actually be testifying. There was certainly the hope, there was certainly the desire, but there was no agreement that they were going to be testifying. That was
Was the federal protective order that was referenced by Ms. Giannetti that said it was specifically outlined and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial. Was that in effect at the time these emails were sent?
The answer is, Your Honor, and I'm going to get to it, but I want to answer your question directly.
I'd like you to answer my question.
Yeah, no, I wanted to say. I'm going to answer it directly. What Mr. Yannetti articulated is the rule of the road, not prep, was not a rule of the road. That wasn't the rule of the road, and I have objective proof of that. The rule of the road was there would be no substantive conversations with the ARCA experts. Okay, that was it. But the answer to your question is I do not know whether the ground rules were in effect, but I can get you that answer, and I will get you that answer hopefully in moments during my presentation. But I do not know the answer.
All right, go ahead.
It is an important question.
He needs the
and it's
date
an
of when that
important
was
answer, I
implemented.
understand. But I'm going to give you information that's going to indirectly answer that question, but I'm going to get you a direct answer as well. So you see that there's an attempt to iron out the logistics for your preparation in the trial. Then we get to the email up above, and that is merely 2 days later. Again, Mr. Yannetti is not copied on the email. And my understanding is Mr. Yannetti is not knowledgeable about these communications. So the email reads, "Hi, Alan, subsequent to our conversation on Wednesday, the U.S. District Attorney's Office has asked that we pause on any further conversation until we receive additional information from their office regarding our involvement moving forward. I will provide you an update when we have it." Your Honor, this is not a direct answer to your question, but this is, to me, going to corroborate my point that if there was an agreement and if they were going to be testifying, subject to whatever constraint, this email would not have been sent. There would not be a pause until we receive additional regarding our involvement moving forward. The involvement is clearly in code at that point. Why would Mr. Wolf be saying, until we receive additional information from their office, the U.S. Attorney, regarding our involvement? This is just talking about mere involvement. So what happens is I call this the pause email, and it's regarding engagement. So Mr. Jackson on the 20th tried to get matters started. He's communicating to see if ARCA's willing, if they're ready, if they're able, etc. And then we have the pause. The next tab is tab 2, which is the very important June 10, 2024 excerpt of the transcript. But the time in between, Your Honor, the March 22nd pause email and the 6/10/24 transcript is also exceedingly important. What happened between that? Well, to state the obvious, the trial had started. The trial started in April. Mr. Yannetti gave the opening argument for the trial. Do you recall, Your Honor, that Mr. Yannetti never mentioned the ARCA experts in his opening?
I did not review the openings. I reviewed only for the non-evidentiary transcripts I reviewed was only Mr. Jackson's closing argument.
Certainly fair enough, Your Honor. Why do I underscore this point? Mr. Yannetti did not even mention the ARCA experts because the defense didn't even know if they would be testifying. The two most powerful witnesses in support of the
I'm sorry, what was the date of the openings?
I do not know. I do not have it. It was in April. We can hopefully get that.
I can find it. I didn't know if you had it.
So, but clearly, Your Honor, it was between March 22nd and June 10th.
Right.
And so the most powerful exculpatory information from what we consider some of the most powerful witnesses were not mentioned because the defense didn't even know if they would be testifying. If there was an agreement that they would testify, that would have been in the opening. But the uncertainty about it is the reason why it wasn't in the opening. We didn't know what would be happening. So that pause continued through the opening. That to me is so key because I think it's antithetical to an agreement. Now we come to the June 10 transcript. And as I said, I am going to hit head on these areas. I start with, Your Honor, something that's not in the excerpts, but Your Honor may recall that there were a lot of Rule 14 discussions. And Your Honor and Mr. Brennan read this on February 18th at the hearing we just had, that Your Honor was making the point, which I appreciated, that with this very unorthodox situation, the defense was exclaiming, you were saying, I think you're in violation of Rule 14. They said, we've given everything we've got. We don't have anything more. Well, I know you can't, but you're still in violation. So Your Honor fashioned a remedy. Your Honor fashioned the remedy, the Rule 14 remedy, that there was going to be a voir dire, and that the ARCA witnesses were going to have to come up from Pennsylvania, and they were going to need to sit for a voir dire. I will get to the significance of that, but that's what started, is the predicate for the discussion I'm now going to focus on.
I mean, the simple fact is that
it starts on,
the report is consistent with the testimony.
Page 2812. Line 5. The court. Now, regarding the three experts from ARCA, so I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided? You're referring to the defense, of course. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us finding them. The court, I understand that. Mr. Yannetti, these experts were hired by the federal government and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request. And it was specifically outlined and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial. Court. And it's important not to stop there with what Mr. Yannetti said. There's more to that statement. There's an elaboration of it that is important. The court. So I'm to believe that the defense is calling three witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here. And I want to key into your words, Your Honor, because I want to be fair and precise. Your question.
That's exactly what I said.
Pardon me?
That's exactly what I said.
Yes. And
I love
want
this.
to key in on you've never
I love when he does
spoken,
this.
right? And putting them on the stand. Now, no one ever said from the defense they never spoke to them. But that was what Your Honor was concluding from what was stated. So what did Mr. Yannetti do in elaborating on his answer? I didn't go back to the video to see if there was Sometimes two people speak at the same time. I don't know. I'm going to assume it wasn't, and this was just a natural flow. So Mr. Yannetti says that's essentially it. But what follows is really probative. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. And I've got definitions of coordination and background that I won't provide, but those in Merriam-Webster's dictionary have specific meanings. But I don't have to parse that at this point. So I want to continue. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have. And I know the immediate response might be there. It might be at this point, wait a minute. You haven't had time to interview, et cetera, et cetera. But what has been the communication up to that point? It's been the first communication from Mr. Jackson, mentioned in the March 20 email, and then the pause email. That statement of Mr. Yannetti, as best as I can gather, is 100% accurate. It is not merely a response that stops with line 14 to 18. He goes on and explains exactly what the interaction had been up to that point. The statement of Mr. Yannetti is 100% accurate. Now we get to the court. See, I don't see that as being the report. I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify, and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations. We can't, Your Honor, and this was what I was pointing to before. So you can't, but you haven't. So I'm left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for a voir dire that can testify yes. Well, we need to do that in advance of their testimony. Okay, that's fine, Your Honor. So the defense is not fighting with bringing them in for a voir dire. That's Mr. Yannetti says that is fine. So I said I'm not going to conflate issues, but there's overlap of issues. So here you have a Rule 14 issue. Your Honor has concluded there's a violation. Your Honor has fashioned a remedy. The remedy is they're going to be subject to voir dire. The defense doesn't fight it. That is the Rule 14 remedy. But I'm going to get to how that interacts with the Model Code 3.3A1 in a moment. So we have then the voir dire. And what I'd like to, if I could, Your Honor, have you turn to tab 3, which is excerpts of the voir dire.
Page?
It's tab 3. And it's the June 18, 2024 voir dire examination of Dr. Wolf. And before I get to the specific parts of it, I know this is well known by Your Honor, but it's important to set the predicate for the elucidation of the points I am making. We all know voir dire is the opportunity for anybody to ask virtually any question they want of the witness to be voir dire.
Elucidation.
Your Honor set no limitations on the topics of voir dire at all. In recalling Your Honor's concerns, right? I don't know who even is opining on what. I went back and looked at that, Your Honor. Pretty fair comment, if I could, from the bench. It was hard to see. But please recall that wasn't the defense's making. We got what was sent in cement, the reports. That's the way they came. We didn't create a report that blended experts as to what they were going to say. That's what got dropped in our lap. So
right.
The voir dire was the opportunity for the Commonwealth to ask whatever questions they wanted to ask.
Boom!
There were no limitations.
Woo!
So up to this point, Your Honor, I'm going to use some words of others. because I'm going to come back to them after we talk about the February 18th hearing. There was no compensation as of June 18th. There was no promise. There was no reward. There was no inducement, unless one tries to define inducement as being the hope that you'll get to have these experts testify on behalf of the defense. There was no favoritism, because the Commonwealth had the opportunity to interact with the ARCA experts. They had the opportunity to call them as witnesses.
Absolutely.
And we sure know that the Commonwealth knows how to conduct a rigorous voir dire. Please simply recall.
We sure do, don't we?
Attorney Brennan's voir dire of Dr. Russell.
Yep.
That was the opportunity. They had a Dr. Russell opportunity with Dr. Wolf.
Woo!
What they chose to do with that opportunity, of course, is fully the discretion of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth did not ask numerous questions that someone with the benefit of my hindsight in Monday morning quarterbacking would have asked them. But I would have asked them a lot of questions, especially given the unorthodox situation and given that the defense quickly jumped on the opportunity, right, to interact and call these witnesses. But they didn't take advantage of that opportunity in the voir dire. They didn't ask those questions. Had they asked those questions, they would have gotten answers. Now, Your Honor, I don't say that that in and of itself addresses the Rule 14 issues. I'm going to get to those. But I want to get to the prejudice, and I want to get to some of the other important issues. I'm going to highlight, because I'm going to come back to it, Your Honor, page 1-67. We heard at the February 18 hearing, and again, I'm going to come back to it when we go line by line for those 9 pages. Not line by line, but many lines. If I could draw your attention, please, to line 12. It starts with line 10 to put it in context. What about human factors? This is the voir dire, direct voir dire. So Mr. Jackson is asking Mr. Wolf the questions. What about human factors? What does that discipline entail? What is human factors? Answer. Well, to give you an example of that, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility work. And then it goes on where, for instance, let's say a pedestrian is coming down to the roadway at night. There's also going to be, that I'm going to get to in chronological order, Dr. Wolf on direct talking about nighttime visibility work, etc. But if Your Honor could just please note the absolute raising of the issue of nighttime visibility and pedestrians affirmatively in voir dire. So that was voir dire, no restrictions, opportunity to ask whatever they wanted to ask, and as a highlight, the voir dire brings out nighttime visibility work. If Your Honor could please turn to tab 4. Tab 4 is the June 22nd, 2024 email, but it's important who it's from and who it's to and who's not on. From Daniel Wolf to Alan Jackson, subject Wolf qualifications. No David Yannetti on this email. And Your Honor, because I've said it so many times, Mr. Yannetti not being on the email, I can tell you from my own experience in this second trial, but this was, I understand, the first, there was a division of labor. There was a lot going on. This is now June. This is in the middle of trial. Everybody's got responsibility for.
You guys see what's going on here?
So there's not collaboration going on. It's not the luxury I usually have at my law firm, where you're sitting in a nice big conference room and all the attorneys are sitting around the table all the time, let's say in March, etc. But clearly in June, the trial's going on. But they're dealing with their own witnesses at that particular time. So let's read it because it's short, but it's important. I'll repeat again. This was an email from Daniel Wolf to Alan Jackson. Alan, I spent this time this morning putting together a brief outline of my qualifications. I've also attached my D&T deposition in trial, in the trial parlance. I know it's nothing compared to Andy. I obviously won't say what the response is verbatim, but I gave you a general sense of what my response would be. Again, I thought your questioning during the voir dire was fantastic, so please feel free to make whatever changes you feel necessary. I will try to work on some direct examination questions tonight. So I want to start with, without getting tech geeky about it, some basics, because these basics were not brought up and I believe led to confusion on February 18th. If you look at the attachments, every email, as we know, has a lot of information on its face, and one of it is you can always tell what goes along with the email. So this is attachment Wolf-Qualls document. But what's the most important points, I think, to be gleaned from this objectively, Your Honor? Mr. Wolf prepared the document, not Mr. Jackson.
No, I was well aware of that.
Okay, so he prepares it. He sends it along to Mr. Jackson. And it's on qualifications. The next is, if you would just please turn to the attachment, which are the qualifications, etc. There's a comment, and these pages aren't numbered, but the questions are. If you look at 19, nighttime visibility work. And there was a comment, and this was referenced on the 18, but I'm going to come back to this. If you don't want me to say that, that's fine. That very testimony in that very point was elicited by Mr. Jackson on the direct that we're going to get. There was no hiding of it.
I read that as well.
Good. Thank you, Your Honor. The next tab.
More fishing from
And of
Brennan.
course, it has the D&T of Dr. Wolf, his experience in testifying in court, et cetera, et cetera. I will indicate, Your Honor, that the information in terms of quals, et cetera, all of that, to me, would be basic questioning in a voir dire. But those questions, to the best of my knowledge, were not an issue of concern for the Commonwealth with regard to voir dire. I mean, inquiry, but again, that's what voir dire provides the opportunity for. So next we have tab 5. June 23rd is Sunday at 2:59 p.m. from Daniel Wolf to Alan Jackson. Subject Wolf Direct, attachments Wolf Direct. So it's clear, and then if you turn the page, that is the attachment, is something that has no labeling on it, but I don't think anybody is going to misunderstand that this is what's being referred to in the attachment Wolf Direct. So all the topics that are in this direct were all in the report of ARCA.
There you go.
The frozen in concrete report of ARCA.
Where's the problem?
And we will get to this, but what I did was I went and compared this outline.
I did too.
Okay.
Your Honor, there's one thing
So what are we doing here then?
in the short time I've had in this courtroom is that Your Honor is on everything. And the reason I am underscoring this is because it's going to come to an application of all the legal principles. So I very much and genuinely very much appreciate that Your Honor has, seems like with an exacting eye gone through and looked at all of this.
Because I'm going to quote you a lot, Your Honor.
So all of this is what's in the report that everybody already has. Why do I make that point? Because the rule 3.3A1, it has relevance, but it's got more relevance to the rule 14. And we heard on the 18 a very long buildup in an emphasis on the Commonwealth not having access to information, being surprised, et cetera, et cetera. So the point here is, additionally, if you compare the direct examination that actually occurred with this outline, there's not a very close resemblance. The topics are covered. I make that point because of two things. First, Mr. Jackson did not prepare this document. One of your questions at the February 18 hearing was, what's the day, et cetera, and I'm going to get to it, and I'm going to use words, not characterizations. That's why I don't want to go into it too much here. But there was a certain impression made about who had prepared this document. But I want to underscore it was Dr. Wolf who prepared it and sent it to Mr. Jackson. Now I want to get to the timing because I think this is very important for the Rule 14 issue. This is Sunday, June 23rd at 2:59 p.m. The trial resumed the next day, which is going to segue me eventually to tab 6. And if Your Honor would look at the first page on tab 6, it's June 24, 2024. The very next day, probably less than 24 hours after this outline goes to Mr. Jackson, Dr. Wolf is on the stand. If anybody thinks
right.
that Mr. Jackson was waiting for an outline from Dr. Wolf to be able to prepare one of the most important direct examinations of the trial until he got it, I think that person would have to have quite a fanciful imagination.
I think there's anybody here who thinks that.
Thank you. So the other important point to underscore is that this was something provided by Dr. Wolf, not drafted one word by Mr. Jackson. So if someone is to say that, and I'm not inferring Your Honor, but someone else might want to infer to say that this is a blatant Rule 14 violation, this should have been turned over, et cetera, et cetera. What happened the next day, one day later, that would have required Mr. Jackson in the middle of trial with an unorthodox situation, trying to figure out what to ask Dr. Wolf, under what parameters, under what constraints, et cetera, that he should have also had the thought, oh boy, I got this in at 2:59 p.m. on a Sunday. I better hurry up and communicate with the Commonwealth and go provide that to him so I comply with Rule 14. I'd like to believe that I'm very diligent about my Rule 14 obligations, Your Honor. I'd like to believe I would have done it. I don't believe I would have even thought of it, came to my mind. We know what the standard is, but I want to underscore the connection in time between Mr. Jackson gets this and when Dr. Wolf is on the stand, because that's really the prejudice time period or potential, if you will, that occurred. Not even to bring in the voir dire that this could have been brought up, all these topics in the voir dire. Not that voir dire satisfies all Rule 14 obligations, but the reason I brought up Your Honor's Rule 14 remedy was it was the remedy, I think, perfectly tailored to the situation to basically say, I don't, as the court, understand These folks haven't gotten what the court found was their proper discovery. We're saying we don't have, you know, the information to turn over in terms of it. We got the report, and all we had is emails in March, right? That are, in my view, non-substantive. They're communications. They're Rule 14 material, no doubt, Your Honor. But the question is, what's the prejudice from not getting those emails in light of the voir dire that Your Honor ordered? We'll get to those under 3.3A1, but under Rule 14, they clearly are of no prejudice to the Commonwealth.
There you go.
So now we have the trial testimony of Dr. Wolf. I mentioned, Your Honor, about the nighttime visibility issue because much was made of that in the hearing 1 week ago. If Your Honor could please turn to page 3665, starting at line 22 at the bottom. Question. Mr. Jackson, this is direct. Mr. Jackson is eliciting this testimony. Remember the comment, I don't know if you want to bring this up. Mr. Jackson now is eliciting this topic. And how many of those 1,000, I know you don't have a number specifically, but how many of those 1,000 would you say involve pedestrians as well? Answer, several hundred. As I mentioned earlier, you know, a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. Here's the key sentence. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
Woo!
Elicited, discussed. Now to some very important communications on direct. If I could ask Your Honor to turn to 3669, please.
Hi.
Line 9. This is again by Mr. Jackson. At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met. Answer, that's correct. 100% true. You did not know who I was. I did not. 100% correct. You had never met Ms. Little? No, that's correct. Mr. Yannetti? No. Fact. As a matter of fact, you had never heard of this case. That's correct. Page 3670. Line 10. Question. When did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized your report, you and your team, correct? Answer correct. Question. And that report is contained in a multi-page document that was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right? Answer correct. The defense didn't have anything to do with that. That's correct. True statement. You had never met us, didn't know who we were when we did this. Correct. Now, if you could continue on, Your Honor, to, I believe, if I could be so officious and say this may be some of the most key aspects of the testimony for Your Honor's inquiry.
So Alessi's basically up here defending Jackson because Bev wants to bounce Jackson.
I'm going to ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense. Answer, you have not paid us anything. No. 100% correct. And you don't work for us. That's correct. There was no engagement. There was no engagement letter signed. There was no retainer. Those discussions that were started on March 20th were paused with a March 22nd email, and they never were re-engaged. They were never re-engaged. They got to eventually get them on the stand, but there was no retainer. There was no terms of the engagement. To the best of my knowledge and my review of all these facts and discussions with counsel. So then the next, that's correct. Question. As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today. That's correct.
Boom.
Mr. Wolf sent in
Boom.
questions that he proposed Mr. Jackson ask. But that's why I underscored so many times the fact it came from Dr. Wolf to Mr. Jackson. It's not Mr. Jackson asking questions in that document. It's Dr. Wolf sending them in. And Your Honor, I'm going to speculate if I could, and I'm not going to do this often in my presentation, but I do know a fact, and I do know, and a fact I know secondhand. If we put ourselves in Dr. Wolf's position, we think it's odd for attorneys. Imagine him. He's about to sit on the stand in one of the most visible cases in the country. He is an experienced expert. He's used to interacting with attorneys. He is not having the level of interaction and preparation anywhere near what he's used to having. But he's got to go on the stand with his professional reputation, and he's nervous. He's nervous. So my speculation, he sends in the direct to try to get some degree of comfort.
So with all due respect, please don't speculate. Let's move on to the merits. Okay?
I will
You
not.
can use this maybe at argument
Bev,
at some
come
point, but let's
on.
just focus on what we have.
You let Brendan stand up there and just
If
fucking
you know
lie.
for certain that's the case, that's fine.
I will tell you, and first of all, I appreciate what you said, and I won't speculate anymore. I said I was going to make an exception for this, but here's the fact that I do.
No more, because you said you might do it more than once. So no more speculating. But if you know
Wow.
for a fact that that's true, I'll hear it.
Your Honor, first of all, completely understood, no more speculation. There will be no more speculation until we get to February 18th, what I think is really important.
Okay.
Because the Commonwealth on the 18th speculated a lot. And I think the only
There
way
you
to
go.
fairly-
So let's go back to this, okay? You'll get to February 18th. Do you know for certain that that's what Dr. Wolf was thinking?
Here, I will tell you the basis of it, in fact. I've spoken with Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Jackson said that Dr. Wolf was anxious about the fact that he had to get on the stand without having the typical level of preparation and knowing. That is Mr. Jackson's sense of Dr. Wolf's situation at the time the direct was sent. So can I say for certain? No. Can even Mr. Jackson say for certain? No. That's the sense, though, that was
It's an observation.
extant at that particular time.
Okay.
So we then go down to the next question.
Dev
But
is
I
the
wanna
worst
come
judge
back
ever.
To that question on 12. As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions you're testing before. That is correct. That's an accurate statement, Your Honor. That's an accurate statement. 15, your work product, the report that you provided was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right? That's my understanding. Yes. And you were equally available to both sides in terms of them reaching out. Correct. Yes. And I called you ultimately after receiving your report and asked if you join us and testify. Correct? That's correct. Why do I point that out? Because it's not only my sense when I said earlier that and I don't think this is disputed, the Commonwealth had equal opportunity to contact ARCA. That was Dr. Wolf's sense as well. So that is the direct testimony of Dr. Wolf. And I want to just speak to the findings because on page 3676 to 3677, because the findings never changed one iota from the report ARCA issued in February to Dr. Wolf's testimony. There's been a lot of talk about potential cause and effect of the interaction Mr. Jackson had with Dr. Wolf before he testified. And the key emphasis, and I think should be the key concern of everyone, certainly was the concern of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the federal investigation. They didn't want those findings altered in any way. And the U.S. Attorney's Office basically said, we don't want any more additional testing. We don't want anything. You're going to get these findings and you're going to deal with the findings that they have. So what were those findings? Bottom of 3676, line 25, did you perform an accident reconstruction? Specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe. Answer, yes, I think that's a fair characterization. And reversing that, was your accident reconstruction also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle? So it's important to know, in terms of, you know, whatever the interactions were and whatever the effect of the interactions were, is that the findings always stayed the same. And what was elucidated at trial, what was presented to your court, was not anything whatsoever different from what was established in cement in that report in February of 2024. So now we go to, and of course, you know, the findings of ARCA being that the vehicle did not come into Ms. Reed's SUV did not come in contact with Mr. O'Keefe, and the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe incurred were not the result of an interaction with a motor vehicle. So now we go, Your Honor, to the tab 7, which is the invoice. I am going to be very precise and point out some items, hopefully for an efficacious purpose. It says at the top, ARCA invoice date, July 12, 2024. Of course, by then the trial is over. Your Honor correctly noted in your prefatory statements about these line items that are in it. We don't run from one word or line in this invoice. But it's important to understand the facts behind this. The last discussion that any member of the defense team recalls having about any compensation at all was back in March, and it wasn't even any discussion about particulars, etc. It was just the defense feeling that they were going to be calling these witnesses. And there was the question of, is there going to be, and I had that as required in there for a reason, because they didn't know. It was just trying to understand this very unorthodox relationship because of the U.S. Attorney's Office, their constraints. The defense position is that there was absolutely no meeting of the minds that ARCA was going to be compensated by the defense. It wouldn't have been a surprise if that would have been demanded of the defense, but those were paused. Those discussions were paused. And again, that's the recollection of the defense. And to be clear, Your Honor, as Your Honor knows, I was not a participant in the first trial. I'm not speaking with firsthand knowledge on any of this, but I have conducted as thorough an investigation of these facts and marshaling of them as I think I can.
That's why letting him argue this is genius.
So here's the punchline, Your Honor, with the invoice. Came out of the blue. It came out of the blue. It gets sent to Mr. Jackson's office in July. I can't reveal attorney-client communications, but I can tell you there's one person that was more shocked than most about the invoice coming in and the amount.
That would be Karen Reed. That would be Karen Reed.
So what happened? And this is, Your Honor, objective. These are recollections, information. The defense team called Mr. Adam Deitch at the U.S. Attorney's Office. What is this?
Okay, here now we're getting somewhere.
Can we pay it? We supposed to pay it? I encourage Your Honor to communicate with the U.S. Attorney's Office about, did this conversation really occur? What was the substance of the conversation?
There you go.
Because as I understand it, one of the questions of Mr. Deitch was, can we pay this? Are we going to be in violation of some expectation of yours? We want to do this the right thing. Mr. Deitch said, yes, you can pay. Why would the call go into Mr. Deitch if there was a prior agreement that they would be paid?
Woo!
Anything? There would be no reason for the call.
That's it. That's it.
Did they pay it?
Yes, that was just the point I was going to get to.
And when was that?
The best of my understanding was very close in time to when it occurred. So I understand the date of this invoice, the date of the invoice is July 12th. And I think I can get you the exact date.
Trial was already over. They didn't even know what to do with
Mr.
it.
Jackson's firm, not Mr. Jackson, but a staff member. And I want to be careful of attorney-client communication, so I'm not going to talk about the subject, but communicated to Ms. Reed that this invoice had come in. And I believe that communication was toward the end of July, maybe I'm going to roughly estimate the 24th. And then there was a communication, of course, with Mr. Deitch. And after Mr. Deitch said, yes, it's permissible to pay that, I believe the payment was made very shortly thereafter, maybe within a week.
When was that? Within a week, within that July 24th date?
Get you an exact answer?
I would like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to get an exact.
I
if
mean,
can,
you should have that ready. Like, there's got to be a receipt for when you made that payment. You know, you had to know Bev was going to ask for that.
Your Honor, I understand a check was sent to ARCA on July 25th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go. July 25th.
So there's no doubt
the day after
was paid. But the story is not solely about was the invoice paid. The important part of the story, what the facts, is it came out of the blue. And I don't expect anybody to take my characterization 100%, but that's my full understanding. But the call to repeat to Mr. Deitch is, to me, the corroboration of that very point. And it's an important one. It's an important question.
It's vital.
Very important question. But it's an important fact point as well that call was made. So in terms of the next tab, which I've been alluding to during
Okay, so this is the one I said I needed to take a recess to read
I was just going
that.
to say the same thing.
All right,
This
so-
is now that point.
All right, why don't we take a 15-minute recess?
You are muted.
All right. So what's going on here is clearly that they're trying to bounce Jackson. You've got to look at the entire chain of events here, folks. Do the math. Okay. Jackson, so Brennan files all these ridiculously stupid motions. All these motions trying to exclude witnesses, knowing that Judge Bev is going to have to voir dire them, knowing that it's going to cost Karen Reed money, having this expert come down to the Canton PD just to be snubbed. All of these little bullshit tactics to hit Karen Reed in her wallet to cost her this defense. Karen Reed and Alan Jackson do an interview with Ted Daniel of Boston 25 News. They reveal that nobody on Karen Reed's defense team is taking any money right now. So all of the money that's being raised for Karen Reed is going towards experts. And they're covered. Like right now, the way that the support that's coming in for Karen Reed, it needs to keep going, by the way. And I have Turtle Boy's pinned because he was talking earlier, but I'm going to replace it now with Karen's. But timeline of events there. They reveal that nobody on Karen Reed's defense team is taking any cash payments right now for their services. Everything's going towards experts, investigators, expenses, because a defense like this is very expensive. And you have to understand, Karen Reed is taking on an entire local government, an entire corrupt local government. Make no mistake about that. This is an absolute fact. And I say this is fact because we've been watching it happen in real time for the past well over a year. And we've seen evidence to take place prior to that. Alabama Horley, thank you so much. Would have been a riot of all the supporters outside court were holding glazed donuts as Paul walked in. That's funny. So the interesting thing here is they're absolutely trying to bounce Jackson. Bev is trying to bounce Jackson. And right now, Alessi is defending Jackson. Now, you heard me say earlier, it's genius. It is a genius move on Karen Reed's defense team on their part to have Alessi argue this. And the reason for that is because he can't speculate almost. He can't. He can only refer to the facts. He can't come from a perspective of, I was there and I know what I saw. Fuck all that. That's not nearly as solid as, these are your Honor's words. This is the date that this happened. This is the email that was sent on this date. This is that. This is that. Facts. Alessi can only present the facts. And there is no stronger argument than presenting facts and only facts. No fat. No excess grease. Just the facts. Just the fucking meat. So it was brilliant to have Alessi argue this. Now, what I got out of that, there were a couple of things where couple of times that a couple of points that Alessi was making in regards to Yannetti. If you notice, he was methodically separating Yannetti from the email exchanges that were taking place between Jackson and Dr. Wolf. And that's a just in case. That's a just in case. In my opinion, that's a just in case. Just in case Bev, because they know that Bev and Alessi are trying to bounce Jackson. Bev simply because she doesn't like Jackson, at the very least, just because she doesn't like Jackson. But Alessi because he knows that Jackson is a major adversary and somebody he's not going to be able to out-argue in trial. Remember what I always said, the reason why Brennan was hired by Michael Morrissey as a special prosecutor in this case, because he's high profile. He's Boston's high profile lawyer. He represented Whitey Bulger. He's Michael Morrissey's answer to a Hollywood lawyer. And he needed somebody to get up there to razzle dazzle and throw a bunch of smoke and mirrors up for the jury. Because when you have a Hollywood lawyer who's very good at razzle dazzle, very good at throwing up smoke and mirrors if he needs to, but instead of having to use smoke and mirrors, he actually has real magic. And that real magic, that true wizardry, is the truth. That's what Jackson has on his side. It's true wizardry versus an illusionist. A wizard versus an illusionist. Brennan is an illusionist. Simple. And Brennan, if this was a movie like The Prestige, Brennan is going to try to take down the true wizard because he's a hack. He can't provide real magic. He can't compete with real magic. You cannot compete with the truth. You could try to spin it into all the lies that you want, but when you have the talent, the know-how, the skills that Alan Jackson has, as well as the truth behind it, he's unbeatable. Brennan knows this. So he wants to bounce Jackson. That's all this is about. That is all this is about. So now it's only natural, it's only good lawyering that they know this, that Karen Reed's defense team is aware of this, and Alessi try to protect Yannetti at all costs, just in case, just as a contingency. So, but Bev wants to bounce Jackson just because she doesn't like Jackson. So she's already, this is why she had this. When we saw her shaking last week, we saw those theatrics. What that was, the only theatrics that took place was her trying to keep her excitement together because she thought she had Jackson cold. Boom. The Bigfoot hunter had Bigfoot for the first time, had eyes on Bigfoot. And in that hunter's crosshairs, right there, that hunter who had been hunting Bigfoot their entire life and was consumed with it is going to shake and have a hard time pulling that trigger because of their excitement. Hold on, I got to take this easy. I'm going to recess for a week and we're going to do this right because I got this motherfucker now. I got him by the balls and I'm not letting him go. That's all that was about. And now here we are. Make absolutely no mistake about that. But Karen Reed and her defense team are aware of this. They know. Now, Jackson's not going anywhere. I don't see, because Alessi, again, it was brilliant to have him present this argument. Because not only is he just a fucking Terminator when it comes to arguing, this dude is amazing. First of all. Second of all, as I stated before, he wasn't there. The only thing he can argue are cold, hard facts that Judge Bev can absolutely follow him on everything. Every point that he makes, she can reference. Right here, Your Honor, I prepared this notebook. And it was brilliant of him to say, when she says, when did you put this together? Because she just gave this whole speech about, I wanted to give the defense enough time to present a fair argument to these grave concerns that I now have. But I wanted to give the defense sufficient time. And of course, in the interest of Karen Reed getting a fair trial, of course, por supuesto, right? But it was beautiful that good old Bobby gets up there and he says, day and a half wasn't nothing but a thing. That spoke volumes. Why did that speak volumes? Because that went on the record. And what that indicated was we weren't worried about it. We had nothing to hide. I got other shit to do this week. I'll deal with that when I got to deal with that. Oh, courts in shit. It's Sunday night. We got this hearing on Tuesday. I better put together this notebook real quick with all the facts that already exist and make it real easy for Bev to follow. That was Bob Alessi and Karen Reed's defense team putting on the record, we didn't need a week. Ain't nothing but a thing. So that was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, and I mean, she's showing all of us exactly who she is. I mean, she scolded this dude and lectured him on speculation when all we've heard is Hank Brennan either speculate or flat out fucking lie when he's making his arguments. I mean, let's just be honest here. And this is just more reach. Trying to make Alan Jackson look like he did something unethical. But here, like the dude meticulously, just methodically presented in a timeline why this is a bullshit fishing expedition and this is a witch hunt. Not even a fishing expedition. That's not even the right term to use. It is a witch hunt on Alan Jackson. That is what this is. It is a desperate ploy. Now that they can't hit Karen Reed in the wallet because they're thinking that Alan Jackson's just this sleazeball Hollywood lawyer that if you ain't got the funds, he's going to go, ooh, yeah. I'm waiting on a call from Blake Lively. I'm holding out for a call from Diddy. That's what they're thinking. Sorry, Karen. No money. That's what they're thinking Alan Jackson's doing. And so that's what they were doing. Operating on that assumption. And then when it became public that he wasn't taking any payments, right now it's okay. We got to bounce Jackson. We got to get him the fuck out of here. Now we're just going to fucking start kicking him in the nuts. That's what we're going to do. So that's what this is. It's a fucking witch hunt trying to get Alan Jackson bounced. And Bev is all about it because she hates Alan Jackson. But she's going to hate Alessi more after today. And it's just funny because she's like, yes, I'm aware of everything. Like, first of all, no, you're not. And Alessi was just great at giving her, almost condescending ass kissing because she was begging for it. She was basically saying, okay, this is the part where you kiss my ass. You've been talking too long without kissing my ass, so I'm going to need you to pucker up real quick. And Alessi's like, sure, yeah, I'll kiss your ass real quick here, sure. No problem. No problem. But the thing is, the beautiful part of what he was alluding to when he was saying, yes, Your Honor, we're fully aware that you are on top of everything. Meaning, yes, why do you think I quote you as much as I do? Because I'm taking every fucking word you say and every inconsistency that you try to pull, and I'm going to remind you before you even try to pull that shit. Remember when you said this, and that? Just remember. Okay. Before Your Honor makes her decision, before Her Honor graces us all with her wise decisions in the interest of justice and Karen Reed getting a fair trial, please, Judge Beverly Canoni, don't forget that on this date you said this, and this. Remember that? Okay, just saying. Just wanted to let you know. Okay. It's fantastic. All right. Now, yeah, it would make sense that it is Lothario. I just haven't seen it done as much. And maybe I just didn't really notice because I've never covered a case where there was a judge that was this questionable, to say the least. So I've never seen it done this much because it wasn't necessary in any other case. Crazy. This is totally wild. Now, let me see what let's continue with this little interview. Oh shit, my bad.
Receptive to it. I mean, if it's comfortable to me, and there was a year that was kind of in hibernation where the general public did not know the truth of what had happened.
Right.
So I didn't know when I went out, what are people thinking? I would go check my mail or bring my garbage barrels in at night. I'd wait until nighttime, and then I'd go out to the street on Gilbert Street where I used to live in Mansfield, and I just didn't want anyone looking at me or wondering or judging. And now I can only go out when I have energy and I'm ready to engage and I'm receptive to it. I mean, if we're having a rough day with the case or something personal, I can't just go out and be anonymous and just sit and.
Because someone will approach you.
People are starting to come back into the courtroom now.
It makes me think, all right, these are common people. These are the jurors.
Yep.
And I've had one experience with someone saying something negative to me, and I've had, I don't know, countless during trial. Every time we went somewhere on an average night or an average lunch outing, 20 people. In the summer during trial in this neighborhood, we'd have 15 to 20 people just to go out for lunch for an hour. We'd get stopped that many times. It does feel good. the contrast with what it was like before this, before people knew, it does feel good. It's just takes a lot out of you.
Have you always been high energy and sort of on the move, or have you had to sort of reach deep?
I've always worked well under pressure. I've had other challenges in my life, and I always feel stronger after I overcome them. What I've had to learn to do is keep things in perspective, not let the evil that's entered my life take over how I feel about people in general. And that's another reason when I'm out in a busy area, it's like, right, this is humanity. It's just, there's a few powerful people who don't have good intentions that have a lot of control over my life right now. But yeah, I've been I would say, yeah, high energy. I mean, I was sick for a while, so notwithstanding that period, but I don't usually crumble under stress.
In your day-to-day, sort of since the first trial ended, would you say that, do you get any free time? Like if you're going to decompress, like what's that going to be? What's that? Do you like listening to music? Do you have shows, books? Where do you find that sort of, where do you get that rejuvenation from?
I feel the best when I'm working on the case. If I have a dinner planned with someone, and inevitably the conversation at the dinner table always turns to the case, or someone comes over and wants to talk about the case. I do have shows. I try to make it a policy, Ted, unless something is really pressing that comes up at night. I try by 8 or 9 o'clock to put some thoughtless TV on, a reality show or a movie, something fictional that I've wanted to see, just to help me sleep. And
turbulence in the chat.
The first year,
JFK.
The first 6 months, a year of this hell, I had nightmares. I dreamed about John. I dreamed about finding him. I had this recurring dream that he survived but didn't know what happened to him. I've not had that dream in a long time. But I found I've got to try to force my brain to shut off, and then it becomes muscle memory. Then by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, once you practice, in my experience anyway, once you practice a routine enough, it becomes easier.
We're back, guys.
May I proceed back to the podium, Your Honor?
Please.
Would you like her to remain seated?
You can
Thank
go
you.
back.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, JFK. Good to see you, buddy.
So, Your Honor, to blend and quickly summarize what we've gone through, I'm using the table of contents of the notebook. We've spoken about the March 20 and March 22nd email from Mr. Wolf to Mr. Jackson. We talked about June 10th and statements of counsel. We've talked about comments of Your Honor. June 18th, we've talked about briefly the voir dire of Dr. Wolf and the opportunities the parties had there. We talked about the June 22nd and June 23rd's emails from Dr. Wolf to Mr. Jackson and the proximity of those emails to the restart of the trial on the 24th. The 24th is the trial transcript of Dr. Wolf. July 12th, the date of the invoice. As Your Honor well knows, we got you when that invoice was paid. And now with all of that, what I am going to do, Your Honor, hopefully productively, with no speculation.
Okay, so you don't have to tell me what you're going to do. Just go ahead and do it.
So I will just go ahead and do it, Your Honor. Now to the transcript. And as I go through, I start on page 53.
Okay.
Line 19.
She's such an
This
asshole.
is Attorney Brennan. Your Honor, my purpose is not to deprive the defense of an expert. going to stop there. That statement is I will carry forward about the Commonwealth's statement that they're not seeking to deprive the defendant of ARCA as a witness was made 5 times. I counted them, and we'll go through each one and number them. Or deprive the defense of an ARCA expert in this case. Very important, because my perspective, what was put in the firing line on February 18th was the ARCA experts, albeit indirectly. So now we go to page 54, and this is going to be, in some points, a line by line, because the words matter. Line 5, and this is again is Attorney Brennan. Well, what the government worries about is that there is other things that are relevant, like compensation, promise, reward, inducement, whether there's collaboration between one side or the other, and that expert witness that they don't know about and can't ask about. I'm going to stop there. That they don't know about? Really? Don't know about the ARCA experts? February 12th report? A voir dire? Knowing the purpose of the voir dire was we wanted to have these witnesses testify. And then the next statement, and can't ask about? Really? Can't ask about? Voir dire, the opportunity. Next statement, that there's some bias or favoritism that the expert might have towards one side for whatever reason. I don't know what's meant by favoritism, but having worked with experts almost every week, you call an expert to testify. I don't know if I would call it bias, but I don't think it's a stretch to say that if an expert's going to come in and give opinions helpful to your client, that that expert is biased. But this expert was not engendered by the defense. It was engendered by the U.S. Attorney's Office in their federal investigation. Next, on line 12. So that if that information is not disclosed, really? It was on February 12th of 2025. Now I'm going to get to this because, and this is not speculation, this is fact, the entire buildup of February 18th was on the false foundation that the Commonwealth had gotten all the information that they were going to talk about until Your Honor's break from the federal government and not the defense, which was completely false. So this is a buildup. It's all in.
And what was the date again that the defense provided it? The Friday night before our hearing, was it?
It was, I will tell you this, I'm going to have to think out loud here. I'm going to answer it. I think it was February 12th that it was provided of 2025, but it's important to state why that date. Please recall, Your Honor, that the Commonwealth had not yet issued its certificate of compliance with discovery. And I know I don't need to tell Your Honor the rest, you know it better than I do, about counsel's obligation to turn over discovery, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if the Commonwealth on the 18th genuinely didn't know that it came from the defense as opposed to the Commonwealth. But what's very, very clear are the statements that I'm going to go through that were all built upon the foundation that they learned about this all from the federal government and that the defense had not turned over anything, which is completely false.
Okay.
So let's go through each word because it gets really important. When there are claims made that the defense has not turned over something and there are words used like ambush and duping, it's important to understand and get behind those verbs as to what the facts are. So the next. So if the information is not disclosed, then it's not only an impediment, It creates a position where there's an unfair examination. Really? Voir dire occurred? It's not the ARCA witnesses that I have the issue with. That's number 2 of 5. The Commonwealth is not saying we have an issue with ARCA. And why do I keep repeating this? Because my conclusion is going to be ARCA should be unscathed. ARCA should be available to the defense. And I'm going to get to more of that in a moment.
Hell yeah.
So it says it's not the ARCA witnesses that I have the issue with. It's the issue, the fact that I don't have adequate discovery. Those words, I don't have. The Commonwealth had for 5 days the very discovery that was being discussed that the Commonwealth didn't have.
Exactly.
If the defense is going to be a proponent of those witnesses, they have obligations, Rule 14 obligations for basic discovery. I agree with that. I agree completely with that. And we complied on the 12th.
That's right.
And it's for this trial that matters, Your Honor. Your Honor has commented before that this is a new trial. This is a second trial. I've tried unsuccessfully sometimes to talk about the baseline with the Daubert issues, and Your Honor has rightly commented, well, Mr. Alessi, this is a new trial. Point taken. Now, I wasn't at the last trial, but I've read the transcripts. That's an important point, Your Honor. Mr. Brennan has said before that he, earlier in these pretrial proceedings, that he hadn't had a chance to watch, hadn't had a chance. And believe me, I can empathize with Attorney Brennan on that. It's a lot to digest. He and I are both coming into this second trial new. So I appreciated the comments he had made before. But his comment here is I've read the transcripts, and I'm going to assume that for the very important topics he was talking about, he had read the transcripts. But again, that would be something that only Attorney Brennan would know. But it's an important point to point out. That was the representation. But I've read the transcripts. And then he goes on, and on page 55, he repeats what we went through about June 10th and what counsel for the defense had said. So I'm not going to cover that. He's just reading what I took head on before the break. And so we then turn to the continuation of the buildup, which is at the bottom of page 55. Attorney Brennan. Now, I have some familiarity with the federal government. Seemed to me, based on my limited experience, there was much more to the story. And the story is about interactions with defense counsel. That's what was talked about above. So I called the federal government. There's no statement here. There's much more to the story. And I've got the discovery that the defense provided that told the complete story. So there was, and I'll tell you my impression from what is stated here is that counsel made these representations, but the Commonwealth couldn't evaluate them because they didn't have information. So they went to the federal government. So I called the federal government and I tried to encourage them to provide full discovery so that the experts could testify. It's another statement so ARCA could testify. I was resigned to a TUI letter.
Ha!
I've been down that road many times.
The Commonwealth wanted the ARCA guys to testify.
So I filed a TUI letter, comprehensive TUI letter. And it was delayed. And over a long period of time with requests and deadlines, I finally received a response that was unresponsive. This is talking about discovery and information about ARCA that was already in the possession of the Commonwealth.
They already had it.
And it was
We've been saying that.
That it was noted it was unresponsive. Just when I read the materials, I don't know which materials Attorney Brennan is talking about. I'm going to give Attorney Brennan on this one the benefit of the doubt that he's not talking about the discovery materials that we had provided, because I think fairly read in context, that's not what he was referring to.
He's fishing for sources and witnesses in the federal investigation.
It's not the point I want to make. And Attorney McLaughlin actually identified them. They didn't respond to our request, so Attorney McLaughlin wrote back. And then we got new materials, just some. Got them from the federal government. It's not a statement that he got them from the defense, which is a fact. And then we got new materials, but a qualifier, just some. But these materials were the very reason why the defense should not be able to call witnesses without giving full discovery. We had given full discovery.
Exactly.
Having not been at the last trial and reading the transcripts, I only have a flavor for the last trial. So there is email correspondence between the defense, not only the federal government, but some ARCO, the witnesses themselves, and recent requests for. So he's saying, this is what I got from the feds. And what do I discover when I got this information from the feds? When he really got it from the defense. There's email correspondence between the defense, but not only the defense and the federal government, but the ARCO witnesses. And then he goes on. But if we look back earlier in the relationship, what we see back in March 22nd, 2024 is that there are conversations between the defense, Attorney Jackson and Daniel Wolf, who's one of these ARCO witnesses. And then he goes on and he reads the email. But the clear import of the point here is that the Commonwealth is saying right here that this is when I discovered these emails. This is how I got them, not from the defense, but the federal government. And we know now that that's incorrect. Then we proceed down to page 57.
Hank Brennan is
The
a
Commonwealth,
liar.
as I understand it, was not aware of any promise, rewards, or inducements or payment. They relied on a reciprocal discovery order of this court for that information. That's a misdirection.
Misdirection.
That's a misdirection. There was no promise, rewards, or inducements or payments before all of those documents that the Commonwealth is referring to here. That didn't come until the invoice came in July. And it wasn't even a promise. It was pursuant to the conversation of Assistant U.S. Attorney Deutsch that, yeah, you guys got to pay it, and it's okay to pay it. So next on page 57, line 11, he reads, response, hi, Alan. Subsequent to our conversation on Wednesday, this is, I think he's reading from the March 22nd, but one of the disquieting aspects of this February 18th discussion is it's not chronological, doesn't have dates. So it's kind of hard to follow, but it certainly gave the impression, clearly, not the impression, it was stated that these came from the government, and I'm going to get to it when Your Honor was asking very apt questions about dates. But this is a very interesting paragraph. Hi, Alan. Subsequent to our conversation on Wednesday, the U.S. Attorney's Office asked me, are there any further conversations? Did we receive additional information from their office regarding how our involvement will move forward? Your Honor, I am going to please ask you to turn back to tab 1 of my notebook, because this was a purported quote of the March 22nd email. That's really not close to what the email says.
So what does the email say?
It's not totally incorrect, but here's what I'm going to do, Your Honor. I'm going to assume that the court reporter's transcription was not accurate and that Mr. Brennan accurately, because I'm going to give Attorney Brennan the benefit of the doubt, because I can tell you that I've had my statements in court not completely correctly transcribed by a court reporter. And unfortunately, sometimes it's been on some key things. I don't think this is key at all, but I just note it. But it says, Mr. Brennan goes on, now it's the opinion.
Thank you, Brad.
That troubles me. It's relationship, and the Commonwealth should have an even playing field. That's number 4 of the time he's not having any trouble with the ARCA experts. Saturday, June 22nd, Daniel Wolf wrote, Alan, I spent some time this morning putting together a brief outline of my qualifications, blah, blah. And this is just a repeat of what we have already heard. Here now comes the important points. Page 58, line 2. Now, this isn't information provided by the defense in reciprocal discovery. Oh my. This isn't information. She's talking about all these emails. This isn't information provided by defense in reciprocal discovery. This is information provided by the federal government after numerous requests.
Wow.
And an insistence, the best I can to get as much
Fucking liar.
information as I can. It's incorrect statement number 2, and it's an important one. Down below, unfortunately, it gets even more incorrect. Defendant provided an outline of questions and answers for the direct examination. Please put this in
That's a
context.
fucking lie.
The Commonwealth appears to be believing that they got the information from the federal government, not the defendant. So they've got the outline, and they're now accusing the defense of having essentially drafted the outline. Defendant provided an outline of the question and answers for direct examination. My, that's not a fact, but if that were true,
The
that would
dramatic
be
removal of the
very
glasses. I love
bad.
it.
So what I'm going to do, I had no idea it's this late. So it's 1 o'clock. We're going to break for lunch. We'll stop back up at 2.
Okay.
Right. Do you think, I have no idea how much longer you're going to be, Mr. Alessi. Do you have an idea? And I'm not rushing you. Do you have an idea? Because we do have the other motions. If we can't get to them today, we'll spend those 2 days next week with them.
I'm going to answer your question. I think I can conclude in 45
And
minutes.
this is your fault, Bev.
Because I have to get to the law, the 3.3A. I have to.
I'm not rushing you. I just wanted a
That's
time
my
frame.
best answer, and I will say this, Your Honor. I share your interest. I'm presenting some of these motions, and I have a strong desire not to be back here for that. So I share the goal, believe me.
Okay, so we'll see everybody at 2 o'clock.
Dude.
You are muted.
Like, I mean, that's all you got to do. Just catch Brennan on his fucking lies. All right. So we'll be back in an hour. I'm still going to be here. We're going to go back to that interview. But that was really important because he fucking lied. And Nan is saying that's enough to disbar him. Because, dude, Alessi was smooth, man. He was like, listen, I'm going to give the court reporter, because we're not looking to fucking, we'll do that in a motion to get to disqualify. When we file our motion to dismiss, this will be in there. Don't worry about that. Right now they're just focused on making sure the ARCA experts testify and Jackson doesn't get booted. That's the focus. So Alessi, being a fucking artist, is like, we're willing to give Mr. Brennan the benefit of the doubt, because surely he wouldn't do something so unethical as to lie to Your Honor and to lie to the court. And maybe the court reporter just misunderstood. But those emails that Brennan brought forth to Bev, to her attention, those emails state that there was no preparation of these witnesses. Dr. Wolf sent a transcript to Alan Jackson saying, is this good? And it was in regards to his qualifications, nothing else. Is this good? Are we good on this? And this was 24 hours before Dr. Wolf took the stand. So where was the time to prep Dr. Wolf? And then the payments made after they did the right thing. After Karen Reed did the right thing and her defense called this, I already forget his name, but the guy at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the guy at the U.S. Attorney's Office says, yeah, I mean, you got this bill. She's like, we got this bill. We don't know what to do with it. Are we supposed to pay it? Is it unethical to pay it? You guys were the ones who hired the ARCA guys, not us. But we just got this bill for their testimony. Should we pay it? U.S. Attorney says, yeah, you're not fucking with our investigation any. Yeah, go ahead and pay it. All right. Next day, after that phone call takes place, check is sent. Check is sent to ARCA, which is perfectly ethical. It is perfectly legal. But here you've got Hank Brennan caught on lies. Caught on lies, saying that this information was provided by the federal government and not by the defense, when it was the defense who turned over those emails to be forthcoming. Confirming everything that we've been saying before, that they had the same discovery that we had. Right? That the defense, the only discovery that the defense had as far as the ARCA investigation goes is the same that was provided to the prosecution. Okay, thank you, Nan. That'll be a good thing to go over actually in the during the break, which I will do. So he lied. Then he corrects it after Bev is like, I've learned something caused this to be grave concern. Drooling all over herself and shit. Shitting all over her goddamn judge chair. I mean, and then lies saying that there were prepared questions for the ARCA guys and they were aware of it. That's bullshit. Jackson didn't do anything unethical at all. All right, so thanks to Dan, she just sent me Massachusetts rules of professional conduct, candor towards the tribunal, candor toward the tribunal. So a lawyer shall not knowingly, and this is Massachusetts law, by the way, these are the Massachusetts rule of conduct. A lawyer shall not knowingly make a false statement. Number one, make a false statement of fact or law to a tribunal, or fail to correct the false statement of material fact or law previously made to the tribunal by the lawyer. Number two, fail to disclose to the tribunal legal authority in the controlling jurisdiction known to the lawyer to be directly adverse to the position of the client and not disclosed by opposing counsel. Or three, offer evidence that the lawyer knows to be false except as provided in Rule 3.3. If a lawyer, the lawyer's client, or a witness called by the lawyer has offered material evidence and the lawyer comes to know of its falsity, excuse me. I almost said falsity. The lawyer shall take reasonable remedial measures, including, if necessary, disclosure to the tribunal. The lawyer may refuse to offer evidence other than the testimony of a defendant in a criminal matter that the lawyer reasonably believes is false. So it seems to me that Hank Brennan has done all of these things. So people, expect that motion to dismiss soon. Remember, I told you, at least I speculated, that everything that we're watching now is prelude to this motion to dismiss, this upcoming motion to dismiss. And the full site is on Nan Gallagher's Facebook page and other social media, probably on her Twitter as well. And thank you again for that, by the way. Yeah, I mean, he slandered Bettero too. I mean, this dude doesn't give a fuck. Brennan doesn't give a fuck. Like, he is the epitome of unethical so far. And anybody who's standing behind him is looking bad too. I mean, what he's doing is just plain fucking dirty. So let's continue this while we wait. Let's continue this interview with Karen and Ted Daniel, which just dropped today.
Typically,
Yeah, I mean, there's breaks. I'll take breaks. I'll do stuff. Until recently, I lived in my house. I would do projects. I'd wallpaper, or paint, or work in my yard, just for health reasons, just to get fresh air, get sun on my face.
do you ever go running, or do you like?
Yeah, I actually sold my treadmill to my neighbor when I moved. So I don't really run anymore. I try to lift weights every day for at least, 20 or 30 minutes. It just.
Is that also therapeutic?
Yeah, it is. It is. I listen to music all the time.
Who do you like?
U2 is my favorite.
Okay.
But I love anything. I love classic rock, alt rock. Seems all my friends are getting into country or have been.
Yeah.
And it's an acquired taste. I'm trying.
Yeah, no, I haven't jumped on that bandwagon yet.
I can't. I've been told my music all sounds the same, so I don't like telling other people that, but I kind of have to tell country music fans that this all sounds the same to me.
Have you been able to survive the
U2 sucks too. Sorry, Karen. Fuck you too.
the last 3 years without falling into a depression? Or have you and come out? Are you still in it?
No, I haven't, Ted. I felt.
Dude, when we were at the dinner, oh man, this is gonna make her mad. But when we were all having dinner, we were talking about music. Me and Alan Jackson and Karen was just kind of talking to everybody. Everybody wanted to talk to Karen. So like, and me and Alan Jackson were talking about music, and then I took a crack at and said something about her liking U2, and she was like, "What about?" I was like, "Yeah." And I was trying to be nice, but Alan Jackson just looked at her and was like, "U2 sucks." He's like, "This is U2 sucks. They're terrible." Oh man. Yeah, I don't like U2 at all. I know good people who like U2, all right. You know what I mean? There's a reason why they're so popular, but I just don't see it.
grief at the loss of John. And I've never been with someone so intimately, and then they're just gone from the earth. It's not like other relationships I've had where at least you know they're there. You may pass them on the street or you may text them. The day after he died on January 30th, David told me I needed to hire a private investigator, and I did right away. And on January 30th, he drove to my parents. It was still snowing the day after John was killed. My PI...
Bro. John O'Keefe, Boston police officer John O'Keefe is murdered January 29th, 2022. Okay? David Yannetti tells her on the 30th, or tells her that day, you need to hire a private investigator. This shit stinks. Something's fucking wrong here. This shit stinks. Private investigator is there on the 30th, already digging into this. On the 30th.
PI picked me up and he said, we need to go retrace your steps.
You did that on the 30th?
I did it on the 30th. And it was one of the worst days of my life. No disrespect to my PI, who I love. And I'm sure he was equally uncomfortable, but I could barely even get ready to leave. I'd just cleaned up for the first time. I'd still, up until that point, still had John's blood in my hair. I didn't have any clothes because I didn't think I wasn't going back to John's house. And we retraced my steps, and I drove by John's house, and there had to have been 20 cars, maybe more, wrapped around the block. And I felt like I was looking in on my life from the sky. That window, all my things are in there. I was just in there with him, and now I'm gone, and he's gone, and he's never going back. And they're mourning him, and I'm not there. And so those first few months, I think I started to get my sea legs. My two best friends, my best friend and her husband came, and we rented an Airbnb in Newport for 3 days at the end of March. It was cold. It was raining the whole time. We had dinner, and then we just went back and talked about the case. And it was very emotional, just a lot of emotions from all of us. And they had spent a lot of time with John. And David reached out to me while I was down in Newport, and he said, we've got some discovery. And we hadn't gotten anything but the initial police report.
This is March 20.
This is late March 2022. I was reading the discovery, and they were implying in this report from Michael Proctor that I had deleted ring footage from John's house. That was the first time. It almost jolted me, Ted, back to you've got to start fighting. They're coming for you. This is not a case of they misconstrued.
So that was when it really hit home to her. I'm being fucking framed. When she sees this police report in March, not even 2 months after the death of John O'Keefe, she sees the police report that says that he deleted ring footage from One Meadows Avenue. And we find out later she didn't have access to it. A minor who was brought on to testify against Karen confirmed this. So she didn't even have access to the ring footage. Yet it's in the police report in March that she deleted this ring footage. So if you're somebody who didn't fucking do this and you see this in an official police report, your mind is going to go to you're fucking tragically naive if your mind does not go to, okay, I need to get in defense mode. They are coming after me. Because excuse me, that is a blatant lie. That is just plain not true. I know what the fuck I did. I don't know how to do that shit, probably. You know what I'm saying? If she didn't even have access to it, she wouldn't even know what to do. So I would imagine right there and then, this is where she realizes, she sees that in the police report. She's saying, okay, I need to get in full-on defense mode here because they're trying to fucking get me. I'd be scared out of my fucking mind if I saw that in an official police report. A fucking flat-out lie about me. I something that I did. I'm like, this is a fucking frame-up. This is a fucking frame-up.
My behavior, or were told things that weren't accurate about me that morning. This was, oh, now they've got me deleting things. This is nefarious. What they're accusing me of is nefarious behavior, and the way they're doing it is nefarious.
Right.
And I realized then when they drove me back to my house in Mansfield, this is getting even more serious than it already was. And I had my routine dealing with the grief, and it was, I woke up every morning, I prayed. I missed the kids very much at first, and my dad would come.
John's niece and
nephew. My dad would come over almost every day, and the O'Keefes had taken out a stay away order almost immediately, within like 48 or 72 hours. So it wasn't even an option to reach out to them. It was like they were gone too. And my dad picked up my rosary beads, which were on an end table in my living room. And he said, when you think about them and you feel helpless that you can't reach out to, you just pray for them. That's all you can do. So that was part of my morning routine. I would read, I would pray.
Now, listen to me. I don't give a fuck if you're religious or not. I don't give a fuck if you're spiritual or not. That is the best therapeutic advice that a father who believes in God could give his daughter at a time like that. I don't give a fuck what you say. Because if you are someone who believes in prayer, and you are someone who believes in God, and I am somebody who believes in God, maybe not traditionally. Now, I was raised Catholic, so I understand, but I am not somebody who practices Catholicism. But I have a very, very definitive confidence. Let me put it this way. I have a confidence in cement in my relationship with God and what I consider God to be. I'm not going to get too deep into that right now. Maybe one day I will. But I feel my relationship with God still allows me, even though I may not practice the same traditions as others who truly believe in God, but I believe that we have the same understanding about prayer. And prayer is a spiritual form of meditation. Meditation is a method designed to connect you with everything. That's the goal. In Buddhism, it is designed to put you in a place where you feel absolutely your very real connection to all things. And that is what I believe God to be. So prayer is a very selfless way and a very spiritually and psychologically therapeutic way to cope with the fact that you miss those children and you can't actually reach out to them through direct communication, but you can connect with them on a spiritual level in a selfless and spiritual, kind manner. And in this life or the next, those children will appreciate it. and will benefit from it if you believe. And Karen believes. And Bill believed in that. And that was very sound advice to give his daughter at that moment. So I commend Bill for that.
And because I was up very early. And then I started to get into this routine of working on the case from like 10 a.m. whenever it started to get dark. And I'd call one of the attorneys, or I'd call someone in my family or one of my friends, like, this doesn't sound right. This doesn't look right. These times aren't right. These names aren't right. And then it's been a steady, I get really charged by, I feel like I'm fighting. I'm covering ground and I'm doing something constructive. I can't litigate this. I don't know legally how to maneuver, but I can at least help provide my attorneys with the materials they need to put together a motion or a cross-examination. I can do that dirty work.
How much of the day-to-day decisions are Karen Reed?
You gotta love it, man.
I have a strong vote in the decisions. I will always defer to Alan and David and Liza. They know best. They have the experience. But the longer this goes, I have more confidence in my decisions. Things I've suspected were happening or that are going to happen have happened. And I think that's because this is my only experience in this arena, and it's been very negative. And the motives of players in this on behalf of law enforcement are disingenuous, to put it mildly. And I think David and Alan have a wider sample with wider outcomes than I do. They've worked with honest cops, honest DAs. So I'm much more pessimistic right now. And therefore, I just happen to be better calibrated than they are.
It sounds to me like maybe it wasn't a seminal moment, but there was a time that, the grief was so heavy, and it's almost like you felt you were getting backed into a corner by what you were seeing in like the filings and the accusations.
That Daniel is
that kind of
amazing.
I think I channeled the grief into something constructive. And then somewhere in the middle of it all, I think I know that the lowest point of this whole thing for me, apart from 6 a.m. on January 29th, was getting rearrested. And now I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't physically expecting it. I wasn't mentally or emotionally. And then legally, I didn't even know you could be upcharged. I didn't even know that was a thing. I was expecting to be indicted because of, ham sandwiches, but I wasn't expecting to be indicted for intentionally doing this now. And so somewhere in the middle of all that, there's no time. There's no space to mourn anymore. Think about your previous life. It's like they've held me back at the starting blocks, and they've had this massive head start. I've got to catch up, and I've just got to put my head down and work. And it's been like that ever since. I mean, even if I get away, if I go see friends in Florida, I stay and work on the case, and then they pick me up for dinner, and we go out for 3 hours. And then it's, I'm getting some vitamin D and some sunlight, but other than that, it's the case, and that's how I feel best. I'll be so happy when it's over, but until I'm acquitted, this is the only thing that calms me down. I feel good going to bed at night knowing I've put in a solid chunk of time.
See, and this is where civil litigation comes into her favor once she's acquitted, because technically she's in fucking prison right now. She can't live her life. This is costing her life right now. Now, she's fighting to get her life back, but make no mistake, she doesn't have a life. This is her life now. Her life now is fighting these charges. Her life now is proving her innocence when she shouldn't have to, when she should be presumed innocent. The system should be fighting in her favor. And here it is trying to railroad her. So think of the last 3 years and then try to put a dollar amount on that. I challenge you. Anybody here in this fucking chat Now, fair warning, before you put one in here, if I see a number, I'm going to dismiss you as an idiot because you can't put a fucking number on that. Now, she'll have lawyers that will, but you and me, speaking on a moral level, you can't. You know how fortunate she is just to have the support that she has? People who are like, no fucking way you did this. How fortunate she is to have people like that in her life from the beginning. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about her family, and I'm talking about her friends from work. Even though she couldn't go to work no more, lost both her sources of income, had to sell her house. This woman has lost her life as she knows it to be. And now her entire existence revolves around not going to prison for a crime she didn't commit. You cannot put a price on that, which tells me that the price that does get put on that by people qualified to do so is going to be substantial. And she's earned every penny.
Time that if I have to sift through these lies and this knot of lies, I'll just undo it thread by thread, and just I'll take whatever you want to dish out.
How many pieces of paper have you put your hands on in this case?
I've worked a lot online. A lot of it is in Dropbox.
Dude,
and
think about that shit. Dude, for 3 years, she's been trying to fucking stick the lace through the waistband of sweatpants, bro. For 3 years. You know how tedious that shit is? Gives me anxiety just fucking thinking about it. Just sitting there, fucking fraction of a centimeter by fraction of a centimeter, getting the fucking thread through the waistband of the fucking sweatpants, bro. Or the hoodie. Hoodie's easier. Three years, bro, of that shit. Nonstop. Three hours, I get some vitamin D. You know, I get to go out to the yard. 3 hours, I get to go out to the yard and get some fucking sun. We go out to dinner. I still end up talking about the case. And then I'm cursed with this horrible taste in music, and I'm fucking listening to U2 all the goddamn time, too, on top of it. It's fucking hell.
That was necessitated by being in this car and getting a call from, like, the whole ride up here. I was talking to Liza, and we just got discovery, and there's not time, and it's not really efficient to print out whatever we got today, 200 pages, and digest it. But I can flip through my phone or my laptop. So, but if I were to convert it to paper, Ted, at this point, it's probably around like 10,000, I'd say.
10,000 pages.
On top of videos,
Easy.
Hundreds of Ring videos, hours of video from the waterfall, from CF McCarthy's, voicemails, phone records. Even that, you know, we downloaded Jen McCabe's Great Key Extraction, and we were in the physical analyzer for Celebrate. It's you don't even know where to start. Do I look at when was her phone unlocked? When was it vertical versus horizontal? Was there a temperature change in the phone? Was there an elevation change? When was the phone unlocked?
That's how granular you're getting?
Yeah, because you just don't know what's like John's phone, for example, when it was locked, when it was in, when the backlight was on, when did he read his last text? And Jen, for example, we went through all her location data. Well, Rick Green did, but then Rick gives us access to Celebrate, so I can go through it myself. It wasn't until trial started, the jury was impaneled, and Rick called us and said, you know, on a whim, I started looking at Jen's location data for the days immediately following January 29th. And does this address mean anything to you? And it was Michael Lank's address.
Remember that came up in trial.
And that came up at trial. And then they tried to preempt it by this police report that we got after Jen took the stand, after she's already gone, saying, yeah, Jen was there. I don't know what her story was, trading cupcake recipes with Lank's wife. Once again, at a lead investigator's house on this case, but he wasn't there. She was talking to the wife, which is a story.
Right, and she said she never got out of the car.
Said she never got out of the car. This was, I think, the date at Lank's house was January 30th. It was still snowing that day. It's freezing, but she doesn't get out. They sit, and she said, I think she said it could have been a half hour. They're just sitting in the driveway, which doesn't make much common sense. But
doesn't make any.
But that location data had to be parsed from all her location data that comes in latitude and longitude coordinates with like 6 decimal places. And if you see negative 42.87356, it doesn't mean anything to you. You've got to then translate it to a map using another software. And then a lot of it's all around her house. And then maybe it's at the grocery store. And
did that come from the feds?
That Jen's phone, Jen turned in herself. Okay. But it's so tedious. And that was a big data point that she was at his house. And we didn't find it until 2 years
and Proctor's house.
There's always more to find. So it's not as if I'm retreading tracks, trying to find something I might have missed. There's always more ground to cover. And now that the case is so public and people are so supportive, now it's trying to digest these tips and which ones are fake, first of all.
So people send you tips.
We get tips constantly. A lot go directly to David and or Alan. Some come over Facebook. Some go to the administrators of the social media pages.
What is the normal procedure? Your attorneys will meet, several days, the night before?
Whatever they can afford to do.
Yeah, Alan Jackson's coming in tonight for a Friday hearing. And so are you essentially...
Now, this is probably going to be an all-day thing, guys. Okay? So... But remember, at 6 p.m., I have a live stream scheduled. I'm hanging out, people. I'm sticking to it. But make no mistake that 6 p.m., that live will happen. And I will have Nan Gallagher on with me, and we will talk about everything, all things today. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Mandy Reardon, thank you so much. Will pull the string out of your sweatpants hood and pin a large safety pin to the end of it, then thread it back to the thing. You'll find it much easier. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I'm privy to life hacks. I was just trying to make a point. Okay. I really you really fucking took a paper clip and fucking pulled the piss right out of my analogy. So thank you, Miss Reardon, for that. I'm just kidding. Thank you. No, I do appreciate it. I'm a big fan of life hacks.
Actually war rooming until that hearing?
Yeah, we'll war room. We have a few tips we want to follow up on. Alan tries to jam the schedule. If there's somebody that wants to meet with us that might tell us something useful, we'll schedule it. We'll cram in as much as we can get in.
So you're still developing information?
Yeah. We got information today about John's phone that is exculpatory.
But from outside sources as well, not
from outside. Yeah, no.
Still developing information.
Yeah. Yeah, we got information today about John's phone that is exculpatory.
Oh shit. Okay. So maybe that's the bombshells that Turtle Boy was referring to. Supposedly there's reports that Turtle Boy said there's bombshells coming. So Brad Blankenship, thank you so much, buddy. Free Karen Reed, free Turtle Boy, free Aaron O'Keefe. Exactly. Free Aaron O'Keefe. I'm telling you. Hey, Aaron. Just saying.
But from outside source as well, not
from outside. Yeah, no, from outside. But sometimes, Ted, it's the internal discovery that opens up another door, another rabbit hole we've got to go down that might make sense with something we've heard. It's constant triangulation of what do we know? What have we been given in discovery? Of that discovery, how much can we actually rely on? How much do we think is manufactured? And then does it dovetail with anything we've heard from people in the community?
Right.
I mean, if I could afford to, I would have the lawyers and I'd have more PIs. My PI is great, but we throw everything at them. And we'd be trying to follow leads.
Is your
every
private
day.
does your private investigator work full time for you?
No.
So
no.
It's
He's
as
ad
it
hoc.
comes. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Sometimes
Like-
I won't speak to him for.
It's like, bro, Ted, come on, buddy. And look at my pause game on Ted. Poor Ted. Like Ted, bro. Like the PI isn't fucking Punjab from fucking Annie, dude. You know what I mean? Like he's not always there, you know? Like relax. Like, hey, we need you to do something. When can you do it? All right, yeah. That's when I'll do it. That's how the PI works, guy. What are you talking about?
For a month,
Yeah.
but he's always following things, following the case, and just give him a heads up, day's notice, and you know he's going to meet us tomorrow in the afternoon to track down a few things. A lot of it ends up being nothing, or it's something that's not admissible. A ton of it is hearsay, which is something I didn't know anything about going into this. Well, someone heard from someone else that parts of the basement were replaced or something was broken in the house, and can't go anywhere with it.
So does Robert Alessi then, does he take part in like this sort of day-to-day stuff, or is he more focused on sort of, you know, like he was critical in the Dr. Russell?
Yeah.
So are portions of the case divvied up then to different people to work on?
Yeah. So we're in.
That's a great question.
Full-time trial prep, or at least full-time for me. And when the lawyers are working on my case, it's
See,
trial
Ted just made up for the Punjab shit.
prep. And now we've gotten this curveball for these job requests that it's and we're expecting more. So we've gone through Dr. Russell on the dog bites, now Rick Green on the Google search.
So for people who don't understand this, so you only had 6 people testify in the first trial, and for the second trial, the prosecution is trying to prevent
most of them.
How many experts are they trying to prevent right now?
I don't know where they're going to go with ARCA, but I think
So they did file a motion about the ARCA guy.
They did file they actually filed an intent to file the motion.
Yeah. Okay.
About ARCA. They are
Now, real quick, guys, stop what you're doing and give this video a like. Ted Daniel and Channel 25, man, they earned it. Give their YouTube video a like on this exclusive interview here. Pretty fantastic.
They're trying to accuse us of a discovery violation that they don't have all the available information on ARCA. I didn't hire ARCA.
Right. And that information could only come from the feds.
That information can only come from the feds. So that's 4. We're not calling back Frank Sheridan, and that just leaves Lucky Lawford. He's the 6th one.
Okay.
So there's no other. If there were more witnesses, I'd probably have more of these hearings.
And Lucky's still.
Lucky still didn't see a body, Ted. I picture every day that they're working on framing me, and every day that they do that, and I'm taking the day off, they're getting one day ahead of me. So only feel relaxed as I can be if I'm working on the case.
Do you think there's a greater purpose in all of this?
I am not the first person this has happened to. I'm not going to be the last, sadly, but maybe there'll be fewer after me because of this.
Now, you guys just heard what she said, man. So understand, when you click on that link that I got pinned to the top of the chat, folks, that money that you donate so generously goes not to Alan Jackson, not to David Yannetti, not to Elizabeth Little, not to Bob Alessi, not to Mark Betterow. It goes to Punjab, the PI. And that's just a drop in the bucket of all the other things that are expenses in fighting this injustice. So please, if you're feeling generous, and keep in mind it is Karen Reed's birthday coming up tomorrow. So if you just want to send her a happy birthday, donation. And I believe Mazza is doing a birthday 12-hour thing, and I think Este's doing one tomorrow. But I don't know about 12 hours, but I know that I'm pretty sure Mazza's doing a 12-hour one fundraiser on the 26th. So make sure to check that out. Because Karen needs all the help we can give her. And I appreciate Ted Daniel for doing this and giving her a platform to speak out.
I think it's happening to people in this, I know it is, in this county, in Essex, and Norfolk, and Suffolk, and Bristol. It's happened too easily.
Were you surprised when a new prosecutor was appointed and an outside prosecutor?
Nothing surprises me anymore.
Right.
What troubles me is how evil people are. And you don't need to have a strong opinion about my guilt or innocence, but you can't be an attorney in the Boston area and not see this case for what it is, and then to want to thrust yourself in it and think you can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And you said you're still.
I mean, make no mistake, Hank Brennan is absolutely unethical. This is not a prosecutable case. There is no evidence. He has no evidence. He has nothing. Everything can be just broken down to chain of custody. None of the evidence that he plans to present is reliable. None of it. None of the evidence that Hank Brennan plans to bring is reliable. That's why every motion that he's filing now is to try to block the defense from having a defense. That has been the essence of Hank Brennan's strategy here. And he's lying. And unless he's proving that he's lying.
Receiving discovery or evidence from the state, how does that make sense after you already had a trial?
The state told us, and Canoni has echoed this, that this is a whole new trial. It's almost like a whole new case. We started getting discovery from Bates Stamp 1, page 1. Some of it is duplicative, and a lot of it's new. We've gotten brand new reports from Ian Whiffen, data that we've never seen before. From Jessica Hyde, there's a doctor now, not a medical doctor, but like a veterinarian expert. We just found out today, measured supposedly Chloe's teeth. No address, no contact phone number.
Did they take molds of the teeth?
They measured the teeth, yeah.
There you go. Oh wait, Joe Flipperhead's on.
You wanna
All right,
keep that-
Joe Flipperhead's
What's
on,
there? What's up, bud?
Tom and Mike.
Hey,
We're gonna take them, okay?
need help?
And he doesn't have a 3-day trial for text messages. I tell you that right now.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on a second,
agree.
guy.
Joe
agree with that.
Flipperhead.
Yeah.
We love Joe Flipperhead.
Yeah. Got this next. Yeah, I got this. All right, got this.
What bomb did Karen
And
drop?
no, I don't believe anything.
When she was walking into court, she mentioned this the FBI investigation. It's on. It's
Out of court.
Out of court.
She's walking out of court. I was right next to him.
What'd she say?
She said she's not afraid of anything because the federal investigation hasn't shown anything.
I want to know if the defense knew if they contacted the defense and said,
Okay, it's okay.
That didn't happen.
So the
Very
TUI, the TUI was pretty much it, right? I mean,
all right,
we got it already. We got what we need.
Ladies first. Go.
No, I think
Stop what you're doing right now and give Seeking Justice a like. I just dropped the link in chat. Please stop what you're doing right now and give the video we're streaming right now a like. It's Joe Flipperhead on panel with Boston Mikey and Tom CPU.
These people, some FKR people. But when you think that they would receive a letter or an email saying they're not a target anymore, not just a phone call?
Right.
No,
I mean,
listen, this is the deal. Okay. Hank Brennan is a fucking liar. Period. Hank Brennan is fucking lying, in my opinion, about the federal investigation. Hank Brennan is fucking lying about Chloe and the dental indentures or whatever the fuck. Hank Brennan has proven to be a fucking liar today by Bob Alessi just before this recess. So I don't believe anything coming from Hank Brennan. Not one fucking thing. His credibility with me is fucked. Knowing everything that we know about Hank Brennan and knowing his approach to this case, Hank Brennan has absolutely zero credibility with me at all as far as being an ethical attorney.
You.
Look at these dogs, man. Those are the cutest dogs.
Kim. Hey, Kim.
Clever didn't want to hang out with me today, man. Clever didn't want to hang out with me, man. Like, Clever wanted to stay upstairs with Drago today. Like, every time I took him out, he'd run right back upstairs. I was like, all right, man, cool. But it is kind of cold down here.
I was talking to Kimmy. A friend of mine has loves them.
Kimmy's on the line.
Kimmy's on the line.
I'm gonna go feed my dog and stuff. I'll talk to you later, all right?
All right, I'll get off this quick to start, right?
I'll talk to you.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Hey, Joe, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
All right, good to talk to you, Tommy.
Joe Flipperhead. Joe Flipperhead.
Joe Flipperhead.
Dance before you go.
Tell her she's a dirty little.
Careful, they'll make a dance for you.
Yeah.
Oh, after you want the video, Joe.
A what?
She want the video.
A video of what?
I don't know. You know how you make your videos?
What, dancing?
No,
I don't know. She wants you to make her a video. You know how you make your videos? You made one for me and Mike, an open type of a thing?
Made one for me.
Tell her to get a hold of me.
Well,
yeah, he made one
she's
for
kind
me.
of busy.
So am I.
I didn't mean to open up that can of worms.
Different type of busy. But I'll work on it.
I'm gonna hop off and get ready to watch this next when this hearing starts back up, all right?
Okay. Well, she's getting ready to get out of the come back. It's about time, right?
Joe Flipperhead. Love Joe Flipperhead.
There's a lot of people there today, huh?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's a good turnout. Did real good today. A lot of decent people today. Sidewalk is still there, everybody. Just checking.
Is the person still there with that the mirror
Oh,
picture?
your mama's over there. Connor?
What?
Oh, cool.
That the Apollo Keith picture?
Yeah, no, she left earlier.
Oh,
That
man.
was that was gold. I mean, Jesus, where do you go from there, right? You see this? Everybody's signing it and stuff.
What is it, a banner?
Yeah, it's the big banner for Karen Reed.
All right, I'm gonna hop off so you can do your thing. All right.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. I'll talk to you.
All right. Joe flip ahead. Yeah, I mean, we just gotta wait for court to resume. Trying to see if there's anything else that we can go over. Looks like Runkles are already impressed with Alessi because he's got a live scheduled already for 8:30 tonight. Where he's already like Alessi strikes back. You guys want to hold on? See what this dude's saying.
You know, that should be something YouTube should set up in the future where viewers can donate directly to a moderator. So you could pick one of our moderators and donate.
Bro.
So keep Tom Fleming and his ice.
This guy calls me a fucking grifter. I click on this guy and the first thing he's doing is grifting.
Or whiskey. I'm kidding, Joe. I'm kidding. I don't think Joe's even a drinker. I'm just teasing. Joe's son,
Jesus, bro,
who is 8th grade, maybe, is his dream is to be able to dunk a basketball, and he's that close. He's almost able to dunk the basketball. So,
bro,
I wanted to be able to dunk a basketball when I was a kid too, and I never could quite do it. Close, and I think the reason is my hand could almost palm the basketball, but not quite enough. I could palm it a little bit, but not enough to be able to control it when I jumped. So I could dunk a volleyball. And I wasn't a great leaper, but I had just enough height and just enough leaping ability that when I was about 18, 19, 20, I could do that.
You need to shut the fuck
YouTube
up.
should set up where you can reach through the screen. Well, if you could reach through the screen, a lot of those people be reaching through the screen and punching me, so I might be in trouble if they did that. J. Ray, I was going to point you out in Kate's chat last night as an example of someone who maybe leans Karen, but is always nice and respectful and friendly. So I was going to say that last night. I didn't get a chance to.
Twat.
I'm not sure what question she meant, but all right.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
No offense, but you are a stupid.
Yeah, we're all waiting. You know, we promised fireworks, and the fireworks we know are not going to come from the defense. So we're waiting.
Whoa. We just heard the fireworks, you dumb shit.
For Brennan to get up there. And I'm afraid we're going to have to wait until next week.
Okay, so right
this
there,
seems to be a deliberate.
Plevin is proving to us all right now that he has the worst case of selective hearing that I've ever heard. He didn't hear him directly quote Brennan fucking lying twice. Yeah, I'd call those fireworks, dude. Like, he could be disbarred for that shit. This is hilarious.
they're doing. Yes, I agree, Jennifer Ray. It does seem at this point like they're just wasting time. It's so hard to tell because he is that's his nature to be kind of that's his style too. We've seen him in all the other testimonies. So
this is what people who ignore common sense sound like talking out loud. Listen closely.
I mean, he still hasn't addressed what he was asked directly by the judge and said he was going to address.
Shit. Yo, Meatball Morrissey Sketty Stain. Thank you, buddy. Looks like Meatball Morrissey Sketty Stain feels like they could take Plevin to the hole. I think you could do it, my friend. I think you could do it. I believe in you.
She may not. She knows what's in the federal documents. She may not know what's in the protective order. I don't know. But she asked him and he didn't address it. He said he was going to. And hours later, he still hadn't answered a question, which is really interesting. Hey, Pat, isn't that a good idea, man? If you guys could donate directly to the moderators. But it's a little early in the day for ice cream, Tom Fleming.
Is it though?
Got to hold off until that 9 o'clock treat.
Tell that to Megabeth. Kayla Jones gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
It's always a good time for ice cream. Yeah, I thought there was a thing that they must have. YouTube is the algorithms, whether it's YouTube or Google, whatever, is always listening to us. So I actually 19 degrees there in England. So what is that in Bev? What's that in Fahrenheit? If you could for us, I think that sounds cold. So because it's pretty nice here today. It's like about 50. So there was this. They must us always talking about ice cream on the channel. I got this series of articles that came in on the science. I go to the science page every morning.
Dude, I have picked cheese from in between my toes with more personality than Plevin, bro. Okay? This is unreal.
And they kind of try to go into what are the benefits of ice cream. So I do have on the other screen the Law and Crime Network going, and that's about 20 seconds ahead of the feed that we're on. So I'll get a little heads up about a few seconds before, and I will turn the volume up, and I'll be able to see it too, as you guys
Talking
can.
a lot about heads. Talking a lot about heads.
Oh, 19. Oh, you were given the time, 19 o'clock, so 7 p.m. All right, yeah. By the way, I have Murphy blood. Well, probably everybody Irish, but my great grandfather on my father's side was a Murphy.
Oh my God.
So I have Murphy blood in me.
Wait, are you saying you have no? I have Murphy blood in me. I have Murphy blood in me.
I'm retarded?
Jesus, dude. Like, this guy's not even he's not even a real guy, bro.
I mean, I don't know if that's the case, but just be cool. It's not hard to be liked here. Even if you're free Karen Reed here.
That is the truest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Because anybody who is like in the Plevin community, they're eating paint chips, they're fucking masturbating in their own feces. They're doing they're rubbing oatmeal on their faces. They're licking windows. So they're all going to like each other. You know what I mean? So what he's saying, there's truth to it.
Tom is more likely to put you in timeout. Tom's more of a timeout guy. All right, let's let this guy go into the corner for an hour, and then he gets to come back. See if he learned his lesson. That's more Tom's approach.
This is all so fucking fascinating, bro. Dude, come on, man.
But whatever the approach is, it's worked well because we don't have a whole lot of trolling going on in here. So it's worked out great. We want to have just that thing where nobody feels like they're walking on edge and they're welcome to have.
Wait. Here's one of Flevin's mods right now.
Trace the signal.
And here's where they analyze it. You ready?
Okay, smartass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
And which puts the pressure on Brennan, right? And it makes it look like if he can't finish, then he's the one to blame. But we already went through this with the voir dire of Dr. Russell, where Alessi took like 5 hours. But I'm not someone that's overly critical of Alessi.
No,
I'm not an attorney, but I usually, as I'm following, have an understanding of what he's trying to do, and I think he's a very good attorney. He knows what he's doing. It's not fun to watch. It's the nature of it. It's like
not if he's making every single thing that you've ever said in public, Plevin, look as stupid as it is. Of course it's not fun for you to watch. We're loving every second of it. But it's not fun for you to watch because it's making you look as stupid as you are.
Alan Jackson, or especially remove him from the case. He's giving her a little rope to seize onto to do that. Nima, all the way over in Sweden. I don't know what time it is there.
He's even admitting that he wants Alan Jackson off the case. Why? If you believe Karen to be guilty, why would you want her defense to be off the case? He hasn't done anything unethical. Unless he proved it. Took all morning. Joe, flip ahead.
I'm going to guess that you probably lean towards Karen because unless you also have gone in a different direction too. Matt's back, so I'm going to bring him on shortly. So I think Kate might be back too. I'm not sure. I can never tell. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh,
did you get some lunch?
Guy. Oh,
yeah, I'm still eating it.
Dude, it's not even my birthday, bro.
He's crazy.
All right, so we promised people fireworks.
This is the millennial douche canoe, whatever the fuck his name is.
He gets a chance to speak today. We think there'll be some interesting stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing so far is just the judge's statements when she first came into the courtroom, because she did her research and she said, there's a line in the bill that says trial prep. And I just put out a short about it because I feel like so far that's the big thing that we didn't know before, right? Because they were spinning it like,
dude, I can't fucking stand that shit, bro. People sound like they're fucking chewing gum with their lips. It's so fucking gross, bro. Like, you need to be, and then like if he drinks water, because you're wishing that he drinks water, but then when he does it, he's just like, and you're just like, God damn, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, guy.
for them. Like they know that it was their benefit. I mean, it's so obvious.
Oh, I got an
They must have
interesting.
decided they knew beforehand. Again, like there's no talk of a
Jesus,
retainer
dude.
if you don't anticipate having to pay. Unless even said like, hopefully we always hope that we don't have to have a retainer. Like that just means you pay at the end if you don't have a retainer. Like they're so full of shit. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm going to try to bring this in. So somebody just, oh shit, I'm not going to have time. Somebody just sent me a message that Karen is outside of court saying the
I love how Krusty Panties just completely avoided the fact that they called the U.S. attorney to ask, like, is this prudent? Is this okay? All right, so let's get back to this shit. It's 2:00. Enough of these fucking morons.
I referenced the court to page 57, line 11, where the Commonwealth said, response in quotes, "Hi, Alan, subsequent to our conversation on Wednesday, the U.S. attorneys," and he's quoting purporting to quote the, and it's good to have it, Your Honor, can be having tab 1, which is the March 22nd email, because I'm going to compare and contrast tab 1 to where I am on page 57. And Your Honor, I'm sure will recall that I dubbed tab 1 the pause email.
Yes, so I have them, and rather than me going from tab to tab, I'm going to use my copies. So go right ahead.
Perfect. So I'll just refer to them, Your Honor, as the date. Is that what's best for the court?
Yes.
Okay. So the March 22nd email, I've dubbed the pause email.
Yes.
And because of obvious reasons, and it's got the word pause in there. And the pause is a very, very important concept, because the pause is the stopping of communications before really things even got underway. It was before there was even an agreement, an engagement, et cetera, et cetera. So compare that, please, to the quote.
Yeah, she is really pretty.
57. 11. Hi, Alan. Subsequent to our conversations, he's quoting reportedly this email. On Wednesday, the U.S. Attorney's Office asked me, are there any further conversations? Did we receive additional information from their office?
She's right here.
How our involvement will move forward. Your Honor, there's not one mention of the word pause in that quote. The word pause was left out of that quote.
Ha!
That is the foundation of that email. And it's not merely semantical, it's the cutting off of communications. And it's unfortunate that that pause was not quoted on page 57. Now back to page 60. Excuse me, back to page 58. And this is where I left off. Line 2, now this is information provided by the defense in reciprocal discovery. This is information provided by the federal government after numerous requests.
It's a goddamn
requests. And in assistance, the best I can to get as much information as I can. Defendant provided an outline of the questions and answers for direct examination. So this is where I left off. That's not correct. It was Dr. Wolf that provided the outline. It's really important when we're talking about a collaboration, et cetera, communications. That's not accurate. And Your Honor, what is important to note, Your Honor asked about when did the defense provide the discovery.
And you told me the 12th.
Right? And I want to correct that. I was off by a day. It was February 13th.
Okay.
Because it's important to try, I clearly understand to be as accurate as we can. I'm the one creating the standard that every word counts, every date counts, so I want to try as my best. I may get something wrong, but I want to try my best. Yeah. So what I did during the break is I went and asked for the email that sent that request. So it's the email from the defense to the Commonwealth providing the discovery.
Okay.
And the email is dated February 13, 2015 from, and I've got extra copies if the court wants it, if the Commonwealth wants it, from Evelyn Arellano, and she is an employee of the Worksman Jackson firm. And it's important to who it's addressed to. 2, the first name on it is Hank. That's the first name on it. To Hank, Mary Ellen, Adam, and 9 more. Good afternoon. The Dropbox link below contains ARCA reciprocal discovery. Please let me know if you experience any issues accessing the files.
Okay. What time of day? Because if it's California time, it might be different than what we have here. But
might be 3 hours.
It probably will be, but I don't know what time of the day. I'm going to ask the team if they can access what time of the day, because I don't know the answer to that as I stand here.
Okay.
All right.
And so, but suffice it to say that the hearing was on the 18th. So it wasn't like it was a Friday and then we're back in court on a Monday. My best recollection, the calendar will be the best evidence, is that this was toward the middle of the week, right? But in any event, let's say worst case scenario was dispatched at 9 o'clock at night, California time, which would be midnight Eastern time. And let's assume worst case, it's therefore in effect the 14th. That's 4 days before the 18th that this is sent. And what
do you have a time?
Pardon me?
Do you have a time, Ms. Little?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
And I'm understanding Your Honor would like me to pause until you get that.
If we can, because I'm looking at a
Absolutely.
calendar. If you don't, I thought you may have had it. We can move on.
I think it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. It was received by the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
It is that, may I ask Your Honor if that's Eastern time, 6:30?
Eastern Standard Time.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
And Your Honor, it was a Thursday.
I'm sorry?
It was a Thursday.
It was a Thursday.
So
Mercury
also,
was in at retrograde as well.
in big bold letters, at least on the printout, the subject is Karen Reed ARCA reciprocal discovery. It's not like it was buried what was being sent. I mean, this was a lot of things, but it's right there, ARCA reciprocal discovery.
Was it just these pages that we've been talking about, or was it a lot more discovery?
May I confirm with counsel? I think I know the answer.
It was just the pages, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not like ARCA is amidst a sea of other topics, right? This is the driving force of the email. So your question becomes, and I'm going to ask it more than once, but hopefully not too much. How is it that the Commonwealth on the 18th understood incorrectly, I think it's undisputed it's incorrect, that they got these materials from the federal government? We don't know the answer to that question, but I respectfully submit it's an important question. Was it an honest mistake? Was it just, as happens sometimes in lawyers working together, there's a lack of communication, there's a miscommunication? Is that the explanation? But I think truth and justice on these topics, since we're being so exacting and appropriately so, we should have an answer to that question. So we move on to page, so there we have on page 58, we have another incorrect statement. We have 2 of them right up off the top, and then we continue on to page 59. Your Honor, understandably, says the court. What is the date of that? Mr. Brennan, it's not dated.
When I said it, what was I talking about?
I believe, Your Honor, you were talking about the outline.
Just give me a second. Let me make sure.
And Your Honor, if I may, I want to give you the second, but the basis for that answer is page 58, line 7, where the statement is, and what follows is all about the outline.
Okay.
So Your Honor, appropriately and understandably, says, what's the date of that?
What was I talking about? Could you tell me what the fuck I was talking about? Because I don't know what I was
It's
talking
not
about.
dated. Now, let's please just go back to tab. We're talking about the outline. Let's go back to the outline. And we can pick either one. I'll pick perhaps the most probative one. I'm not going to refer to the tab because Your Honor says you have these. This is the June 23rd email from Daniel Wolf. I'm just pausing to make sure you're. Thank you.
It's what I refer to as a script, right? That's what you're referring to?
That's what Your Honor has referred to it as. Context for that.
Okay, go ahead.
The context, you're correct.
Sorry, I got booted.
The outline itself is not dated. However, the attachment, keep in mind, we produced these materials.
Okay.
So we deal in e-discovery all the time. And when you look at the attachments, everybody relies upon the attachment line, especially if it's a Word document. So it's wolf_direct.docx. So you know this email has an attachment. We fortunately have a file named direct. Your Honor has referred to it as a script. There is no other document that was produced that comes anywhere near close to this being the direct. So I don't believe there's any reasonable basis other than the other email on the quals that came the day before, 2 days before, the day before June 22nd, which has the same attachment wolfquals.dcx.
Can I ask you a question just
Yes.
because I don't understand? So what I have separately is the script and then something saying qualifying the expert. Is this all one document?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
And
so
I appreciate the question.
What is the date of the, so you're saying what I refer to as the script was sent on the 23rd?
That is correct, Your Honor.
What was the other one?
The other one was sent the day before on June 22nd.
Okay.
I'm just going to give it the name that the email has. I think it's wolf_quals document. Okay? So there's 2 emails. One's just the quals. The other, respectfully, Your Honor, I know what you're calling it. I'm just going to call it what it says. The title is direct. So it doesn't matter which one you're talking about. To me, it doesn't matter whether there's a date on the actual quals document or the direct document. We produced them in this fashion, and I believe the only reasonable conclusion is that the outline is what is sent under the June 23rd email. And Your Honor, the reason why I persist in this is because if Your Honor goes and looks at the, and this is important for the context, if you go back to the June 22nd email,
Okay.
the last sentence is, I will try to work on some direct examination questions tonight. So you know that when the direct comes in the next day, I think the only reasonable conclusion to make is that direct outline was created after the 22nd or on the 22nd or after, and certainly by the 23rd. So that's what the Commonwealth had in terms of the information. So in conclusion on this point, but I think an important one, it's not dated, but here we go back to, Your Honor, the TURI request is a recent February response, but they, and I'm assuming the Commonwealth meant the federal government, send random documents. There's no real accounting. But there is an accounting on the face of the emails that I just went.
Hold that thought. I just have one other thought about
Yes,
this.
please.
So we're talking about Saturday, June 22nd, what was sent as an attachment with the email, and Sunday, June 23rd. So this was before the witnesses testified, right?
That's
and you are
correct.
saying that this was disclosed prior to the February 18th hearing. But was this disclosed prior to the witness's testimony?
The answer is no, Your Honor.
All right.
The
That, I
answer
just
is
wanted
no.
to be clear. That's how I see it. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to tell me if that's not accurate.
No, that's 100% accurate.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get to that. To me, that's a Rule 14 issue, not a candor to the court issue.
Okay.
So now if we could please go back to page 59.
I'm there.
Thank you. There's no real accounting. Now, I'm not saying that undermines the conclusions of ARCA. There's another okay, so to speak, with ARCA. Or I'm not saying they're not qualified witnesses, but it certainly shows some bias. I went over a lot less of blah, 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 blah. Now, here's the next one. Another comment. He's quoting, would it be fair to say, because you had a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Now, and then yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between the time of day and pedestrian facilities. Statistically speaking, most pedestrian facilities occur during the evening.
Fatalities.
I'm sorry, thank you. Fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. End of quote. And then the Commonwealth adds a commentary. That would have been nice to have. They had it. They had that. What's the objective evidence that they had it? I go back to the Vardir. They had it 4 months ago, 4 months before last Tuesday. They had it before we turned over the discovery. And what's the objective evidence that they had it? Is the Vardir of June 18, 2024 of Dr. Wolf that I referred to earlier, page 167, line 12. This is Dr. Wolf. Well, to give you an example of that, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility work where, for instance, let's say a pedestrian is coming down to the roadway, et cetera, but that's not the end of it. They had it twice. So if we go to the direct testimony of Dr. Wolf that I referenced earlier, this is my tab 6, but I'm going to stick with, it's the date of June 24, 2024 of Dr. Wolf. Page 36-65.
Okay.
Line 22. This is Dr. Wolf's answer. Several hundred, period. As I mentioned earlier, you know a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. Here comes the key points. So there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework. There it is.
I did see that.
So let's go back. That's misstatement number 5.
5 lies.
It would have been nice to have.
Thank you,
I
Michael
agree.
Morris. He's getting
It would have been, and you did. Twice. Next. Reading on the same page 16. He's quoted. So, my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. That's the end of the quote. And then the Commonwealth takes on with a commentary. Pretty important stuff in this case. I agree. And you had it twice. And then he comments, if you don't want me to say this, that's fine, that's fine. Then the commentary from the Commonwealth. Shh. And I went back and watched the video. Shh. Don't tell them. I'm sorry? What do you mean don't tell them? You were told twice. In the Vardir and in the direct. In the direct, it was just unvarnished. And here's the important part, Your Honor, another important part. Mr. Jackson drew that out on direct. Not only was he not shushing or hiding, it was Mr. Jackson's question that drew that out. So here you have Dr. Wolf trying to figure out, is this something that we should say? We're not. And honorably, Mr. Jackson.
Honorably.
Nope, we're going to hit it head on.
That's
Mr.
right.
Jackson draws it out, puts it right on the table.
Woo!
4 months before February 18th, and the whole world heard it live.
Woo!
Next, if you could, Your Honor, please go to page 60. I'm sorry. There's another point no, let's go if we could. I don't want to take the lesser significant ones. I want to focus because there's many of them. I want to get to the more significant ones. So then we have on page 60, line 2, and then a bill from ARCA to the defense for $23,925.
Leo, give me a crutch.
That's not a trial by ambush. That's getting duped. So I, Attorney Brennan, didn't know any of this. But I've tried a few cases. I've been around the federal court a bit. I know how it works.
Wow.
So what is the import of that statement? I didn't know any of this until I got it from the federal government. And we're talking about the invoice. No. You know about it because the defense, after the certificate of completion of discovery, in 6 weeks before the trial is starting, the defense affirmatively turns it over.
Woo!
And does it not buried amongst several discovery documents, but essentially a tailored discovery response that's titled Karen Reed ARCA Reciprocal Discovery. That's not a very good way to try to cover up something. There is no statement about the date of the invoice on February the 18th. So people are left to wonder, when did it occur? When was this bill stated? The date's important for that invoice. Then there's a lot of statements made. Sometimes parties pick sides, it creates blah, 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 blah. And then it allows the ability of one side to use ghosts. They create illusions and shields and say something's there and something's happening, a federal investigation, and this person, and then this happens. Your Honor, I think it's important for the defense to be allowed to speak to the very words that were used against us. Ghosts, illusions, shields. That's what we're accused of.
Huh.
I choose to try to comport myself and practice a certain way and give people a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But if we're going to be talking about ghosts, illusions, and shields, I don't think it's the defense that's creating ghosts, illusions, and shields. The fact is that all these documents came from the federal government. It's not an illusion. It's a statement of fact. Statement about federal investigations that were there. These are not ghosts. We're not creating it, but I'm not going to go any further on that topic. But the ghost word was used, in my view, the way I read it was, these topics we're making up, right? And we're hiding things, shield, right? We're shield, I interpret it as, you're preventing us from getting this information, defense. And this is 5 days after we had provided it. Next line, page 60, line 13. I don't care if the ARCA witnesses testify at trial. I'm very pleased to hear that. I don't care about their opinions. I'm pleased to hear that too. But I care that it's unfair, imbalanced, and hidden. Hidden. And that is based upon the faulty premise that we didn't turn it over and the Commonwealth got it from the government. There's no other way to read it. And the Commonwealth, like the defense, is entitled to discovery. I agree with that. The Commonwealth is entitled to discovery, and you got it 5 days before February 18th.
Woo!
Now comes to the court. All right, I'm going to take a recess. And I certainly, Your Honor, am not going to be so officious as to even delve into why Your Honor wanted to take a recess. But I will tell you what I thought and what I believe occurred. Your Honor listened to a completely counterfactual rendition of some of the most important issues of the day and, frankly, of the moment in this trial.
Translation,
And
a fucking lie.
the reason I got a little bit of an inkling is because what happened when the court came back. So what I concluded, after all of this, the court saying the break is, after all of these inaccuracies and piling on of inaccuracy after inaccuracy,
lie after lie,
there's a cause and effect in my mind between the several and serial inaccuracies, the break right in the middle, and then the court comes back. And I understand, I don't really, and I'm going to get to this, see the justice in terms of this presentation to the facts. And that's what we're going to be talking about, facts and representation. So here's what the court says. After hearing all of this, and I want to underscore something,
grave concern.
and I'm not going to get too lofty with due process and notice, but it's important to hit some of these points. All of these topics that were raised were not in a motion. They were not in an affidavit. And I've had this issue before with other motions under what's required in an affidavit. None of this,
in this case?
Yeah,
No, I'm talking
generally.
you just
Do
got to
have-
get up
you've had
there and
this
spew
issue
that
in
shit.
Other cases, or do you mean?
other cases, other
You just got to get up there and spew that shit.
With there not being an affidavit, right, where someone's got to be very, very careful about what they say. But in this information that Your Honor had to be subjected to was not in anything that we had notice of, these topics. We had no notice that this was coming. There was no affidavit that someone had to swear to that all of these facts were correct. And Your Honor takes the break. So we didn't get an opportunity to stand up and say, what I'm being given the very fulsome opportunity to say today. So Your Honor comes back. All right. So the Commonwealth just provided the court with information. And I don't even want to repeat these words because it almost pounds on to the prejudice to the defendant. But Your Honor well knows what Your Honor said. But it certainly had the words in there that were very, very difficult on the defense. And you say, so for that reason, right? So the Commonwealth just provided the court with information that causes me, and then it goes on. So it's clear that Your Honor was relying upon that information, which was only given verbally, right? And you say, so for that reason, I'm going to suspend today so that we meet again, and then the rest will be back in.
So
here.
you got to come up here and defend yourself against much, but
prejudice.
yeah.
So what happens is all of a sudden, and Your Honor basically said, and this is all so key. So you said, I'll see you in a week from today, and then Your Honor continued on page 61, line 12. And where Mr. Brennan, where the federal authorities have been kind enough in the past to allow me to have copies of everything, would you be kind enough to call over there and check with whomever you were dealing with, so to see if I can, in fact, get a copy of everything that you just read? It was only then when the the reality hits that you're looking for the backup for what's being said.
There it is.
Up to
Where
this
is
point,
it?
Your Honor's understanding all of this
Where
came
is
through
it?
the feds, and the defendant didn't turn it over. So what does the Commonwealth do then? Does the Commonwealth stand up and say, whoa, wait a minute, I made a mistake. And Lord knows I've made mistakes before. They didn't stand up and say, a very significant mistake, my whole predicate for my whole presentation was, I had to even fight the feds to get this information. Lo and behold, I got it, and I've been duped, and I've been ambushed. Rather than saying that, and you know what, I don't even know if I would have had the courage to say it in open court, I might have asked for a sidebar and come up and said, Your Honor, my bad. This is that. But that didn't happen. So what did happen? The Commonwealth says I can, and there's a brief chronology I think Your Honor should be aware of. So the defense is still not able to get up, but the Commonwealth is continuing on.
Yep.
If I could add that right now, it will take
Thank
me
you,
less
Andrew.
than a minute. The court, okay. So the Commonwealth goes on says the chronology is December 4th. We sent another TUI request, 2024. January 6th, we filed our notice of intention to exclude ARPA experts. January 30, 2025, the United States Attorney's Office sent a response to both ours and the defense request. Without any prompting on February 6, 2025, the defense and the prosecution received an email from the U.S. Attorney's Office saying that the contract had ended with the ARPA experts and that if either party wanted to engage, the original materials are still protected. This was a change in position about whether the party could be impeached. On February 11, we filed a motion to exclude. February 13, the defense provided us the emails that I read.
Boom!
Buried in a chronology is, in the middle of a sentence is, the defense provided us with the emails. I think I said, I'm going to repeat that. I think I said, the federal government, it was the defense. February 13th, they sent us the emails in the direct examination outline. I think I said that was the whole basis for the entire presentation, was that the Commonwealth had to fight even the feds to get that.
Yep.
And then it goes on. We reached out to the federal government, but you know what was not said in lines 9 through 14? What was not corrected? It wasn't corrected that the invoice came from the defense. Just the emails.
I thought it meant everything, but.
I don't understand how that conclusion can be drawn, Your Honor. You didn't say the defense provided us with all of the entire production. The defense provided us the emails that I read. There was no email with the invoice. The invoice was discussed as a separate item, and I can go back to it. When the Commonwealth was talking about it, they never connected it to the emails. So then we reached out to the
Because I received a copy of it.
Pardon me?
I think it's because I received a copy of everything that had been referenced.
Yes, but I'm going to get to the point about the importance of correcting misstatements, because 3.3A1, everybody focuses on the first sentence, which is, thou shalt not make a false statement of fact to a court.
Boom.
The second part of
This is what I read earlier.
3.3A1
Thanks
is
to Dan.
you get the opportunity to correct, you got to correct a material. And I've got it in front of me, but I'm just paraphrasing. I want to get to precisely. But that's why I perseverate this on this, Your Honor.
It is on record that Hank is in violation of
I trust that the court's going to hold
misconduct.
everybody to the same standard. And so I think there is a proper inquiry. I don't intend to be officious as to what the court should do, but if we're going to start looking at comments of defense counsel, I believe we have to look at all comments. And again, I'm going to go back to my own view is this. Being a lawyer in cases like this is hard. Being a judge in cases like this is hard. Mistakes are going to be made. So we go on into page 62, line 15. We reached out to the federal government again because I was curious about the changing position on February 6th that the contract was ended, but that parties could contact ARPA. Obviously, the Commonwealth is in no position to contact ARPA because that would naturally preclude the defense from retaining them. So we refrained and we will not reach out to them. This is really an interesting statement because you read it because that would naturally preclude the defense from retaining them. Yet at the same time, the Commonwealth, for the fourth time, has moved to strike our ability to use ARPA. So then the court goes on, all right, so the information that was provided to you, not from the federal government, so Your Honor knew at that point, I don't believe Your Honor had any basis before that to believe that it had come from the defense. I'd like a copy of it before you leave the courthouse. So I hearken back, Your Honor, to what I conclude drove Your Honor to make those impactful statements about, on the top of page 61 was the presentation of the Commonwealth that I counted had 10 misstatements. 10 before Your Honor caused
10
pause.
fucking lies.
So
he cited the
coming
rule
to
exactly.
what happened then? The Commonwealth, having not given us notice that this was coming, these topics, not putting any of these statements in an affidavit, we didn't have the ability to stand up. But I will tell you this, Your Honor, I greatly appreciated the week that we got, because I do believe that Your Honor intended that counsel be given, defense counsel,
I love
a
it.
fair opportunity to go look at this. And that's the way I'll speak for myself. That's the way I took it, and I appreciated that. Because
There you
that's
go.
allowed me to go spend the time that I spent to try to do my level best to give the court an accurate rendition of the fact, because as an officer of the court, I believe that is a sacrosanct duty. And in a matter where the very issue is, what are counsel saying to the court and is inaccurate, I wanted to make sure I could do the best I can. Now, I
give it up for
may
Bev,
have
y'all.
made a mistake here or there, but I didn't want them today, but I want to make sure that I recognize Your Honor's
Way to
giving
go,
us
Bev.
that week, and we tried to take the best opportunity for it. So what happens? What happens after these 10 misdirections? The court's comments go viral.
10 lies.
And I'm not saying this for drama's sake. I'm saying this for what has impacted the defense 6 weeks before trial starts, while jury notices are out in the mail. Those words, based upon the misdirections that your court had to endure,
Yeah, you're the
have
victim
gone
here, Bev.
through, and I'll
You
just
were lied
name a
to.
few headlines in the Globe, the Herald, every TV outlet, social media exploded. And these are not trivial issues. And more than that, the veracity of counsel has been called into question. There's commentary of everybody about what's going to happen to certain members of the counsel's team, and whether it's intended or collateral damage. We've got the ARCA experts, which are key parts of our case. Their credibility is being pillared throughout the public domain.
He's bringing it home now.
And this could have been avoided had there been an accurate recitation of what had occurred. And Your Honor, I don't know if this can be remedied. But it surely shouldn't have been exacerbated.
There you go.
I would now like to move rather hopefully efficiently through the next step, which is to point to the Massachusetts rule and give the court my view, and I have to reference because Your Honor brought up
Again,
some.
you don't have to tell me what you're going to do, Mr. Leslie.
I'm sorry, I'll just go ahead and do it. My apologies. So now let's just turn to Model Rule 3.3A1.
Everything that you're hearing today, folks,
This applies to
is
every
going to be
counsel in
vital
this room, of course.
in the motion to dismiss that's coming.
A lawyer shall not
Mark my word.
knowingly. So there's the adverb of the mens rea, knowingly. Make a false statement of fact or law to a tribunal, or fail to correct a false statement of material fact or law previously made to the tribunal by the lawyer. So we all know the mens rea of knowingly. And this court knows it better than everybody, so I don't have to get into that. But
this is what I read earlier that Nan
false
sent me.
statement of fact or law to a tribunal, I don't see that on behalf of the defense, and I'm going to get to the new item of February 6th, because we haven't covered that. Your Honor brought that up today. But certainly with regard to the representations that I've gone through and the statements that were made, especially on June 10th, they were 100% true and accurate at that time. They were 100% true and accurate, and that's why I went through the notebook. Or fail to correct a false statement of material fact or law previously made to the tribunal by the lawyer. And there's no real time
Brennan
period
is
that's given
toast.
for the attorney. But here is something very important, Your Honor, and I'm going to parse the grammar because it's what you do in construing the statute. It says, or fail to correct a false statement of material fact or law previously made to the tribunal by the lawyer. So the is a definite article. So it's like an adjective, it's a definite article. Lawyer is the noun. The lawyer refers to the lawyer who is perhaps made a false statement of fact or law to a tribunal. So it's sort of like you make a misstatement, it happens, but you know, you got to correct them, right? And what they talk about is, what do you have to correct? You have to correct a false statement, so it has to be false. It has to be knowingly false of material fact or law. And material has been interpreted in the context of 3.3A1 to be a statement of fact or law that caused a court or adjudicator to have relied upon it for a determination. It's essentially what the case law talks about, that it's influenced the judge's decision. So let's go back and even let's assume hypothetically that on
Brennan
June 10th,
is toast.
there were misstatements made. It's not any misstatement. It has to be a failure to correct a material. You have to do it knowingly, and then you have to fail to correct a false statement of material fact. And in terms of what Your Honor had, it's the same lawyer that we're talking about in both clauses. And that is why I spoke about Mr. Yanetti's statements on the 10th, about what he knew, the fact that Mr. Jackson was handling the ARCA experts. So it's important to be analyzing what lawyer is saying what and which lawyer is to be making correct to correct
Which lawyer needs to be fucking bounced?
So I go to the analysis with regard to 3.3A1, and as I said, I'm keeping separate 3.3A1 from Rule 14 because they're different analyses, as the court knows. But I want to hit the one of the most important ones first. So
By the way, only Nan identifies as the lawyer from now on.
statement of fact or law to the tribunal, and I will stand here as long as Your Honor needs, if Your Honor feels differently based upon what I've said. Or fail to correct a false statement of material fact. So what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is now go to what Your Honor brought up today, because I was prepared for the June 10th. I wasn't prepared for the February 6th.
Do you need time?
I don't. I have taken the time. I appreciate the offer. But I would like to draw your attention.
Like, no, I'm on fire right now. I'm good.
Context on June 10th. I think context for February 6th is important. And so what I'd like to do is to go back earlier than what Your Honor quoted this morning, because I think the context is important.
All right, so I have that entire transcript, like I said.
Thank
What
you.
page are you at?
I am starting on page 40.
Okay.
I start with line 1. Mr. Brennan, correct. I had a conversation with one of the two prosecutors I spoke to, and the only means of trying to obtain information they suggested was through a TUI request. I don't think it's the Commonwealth's obligation to seek discovery, part of Rule 14, but I wanted to assist the best I could, so I made an assented to request, and they responded with a letter. I think you've received a copy of it. Do you mind if I share it with? No, okay, I received it. I sent a TUI response, essentially rejecting all of my requests on multiple grounds. So to be fair to the Commonwealth, Your Honor, this is February 6th, and they haven't gotten our discovery, right? They're just still trying to get it from the government. They don't have it from us yet. The court, all right, can I get a copy of this? If not, I just need, and then Ms. Bugalton, you can retain that copy. Thank you. So I'm not going to stay here and read it right now, but all right, Mr. Brennan, of course. And so inevitably, I'm not making any motion right now, but I appreciate that as the proponent of the evidence, defense's obligation to give Rule 14 discovery. I do not think, even despite their testimony, they've complied with Rule 14. And so the reason I forecast this was because I appreciate the April 1st trial date. If the defense, through no fault of their own, is unable to comply with the discovery, I think that we're entitled under Rule 14. I will at that point move to preclude the witnesses. So I think the important in this snapshot in time is all of the discussion that occurred on February 18th, and I'm going to underscore this. That presentation was not about the substance of what was in the email. The Commonwealth never had an issue with that. It was all about they had to get it from the federal government, and we didn't turn it over. Your Honor obviously has read the February 18th transcript. You can draw your own conclusions. But on February 18th, they were not on the issue of anything other than they thought that they didn't get the material from us. So now we continue on. The court. Move to exclude the witnesses? Mr. Brennan, yes. The court. What do you say, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, I don't want the witnesses excluded. What do you want me to say? The court. I asked you all to try and work out something. The original protective order permitted that we can do in court anything that would rule. I expect you to say something a little more than that because, and Mr. Jackson, well, I'll wait to get this motion. The court, all right. Last time, Mr. Jackson, let me put it this way. The court, hold on a second. Last time we did voir dire these witnesses, it seemed to me that that was the logical conclusion. I'd be able to get both sides discovered. We did that. That seems like a logical alternative to the exclusion, right? Your Honor knows what you're doing here. I guess we can wait and see if I exclude it on a motion to exclude. It just makes sense to me to set that up now rather than wait. I don't know when they do that, when the Commonwealth, based on their witness list, recalls them is that when you want to exclude it. So I sort of expected the defense would have some suggestion. If you don't, you don't. Mr. Jackson, and this is the key context. I can tell you this, the Commonwealth has exactly, this is an interesting and sort of different set of witnesses. The Commonwealth is saying that pursuant to Rule 14 and, exclusion and preclusion of a witness is a punitive sanction for Rule 14 violations. Ms. Reed has not violated anything. Why should she be penalized when the Commonwealth has the exact same batch of information that we have about these witnesses? And there's more context to that. I understand the import of these words so far. So I don't have any more information. I don't have any additional discovery. I didn't hire them. I didn't ask them to engage in additional protocols. So I've got nothing else to give to Mr. Brennan. He's got the same information I got and he got at the same time. What Mr. Jackson is referring to here is the disclosures from the U.S. government, not the disclosures that were going to occur on February 12th and 13th when we would get the certificate. We had the certificate of completion of discovery. We had 30 days technically to turn it over, but it got turned over on the 12th. So then it continues on, is important, the court, if I don't exclude it with other side seeking a voir dire, we would not seek a voir dire because they're eminently qualified and there's no other discovery to give. They've provided, the federal authorities provided all the discovery that was attended to their analysis and testimony. So what we have in terms, Your Honor, this is important, and I'm going to go right back to 3.3a. We have Ms. Little handling all the discovery. Mr. Jackson is not sorting through discovery, knowing what we got, not recalling what is in the possession from March 22nd, not recalling all of those items. That was Ms. Little's responsibility. So what happens? What happens is Ms. Little handles the production, goes back and does the diligence that she always does, takes all that material, sends it over to the Commonwealth. On February 18th, the defense did not have the opportunity to address the issues that Mr. Brennan had brought up. But I now want to go to the statute and why it is important. Because the whole issue of discovery, the whole issue of batches of information was provided. And it was provided before, well before the 18, before any of these issues came up. And Your Honor, respectfully, whatever the court may consider to have been an inaccurate statement, there is no knowing misstatement of fact. Mr. Jackson has never, I can tell you this from personal experience, I don't see him ever touch one item of discovery in terms of here's what we're going to collect, here's what we're going to turn over. Never have I seen it happen. I've spoken with him, he can speak for himself. That's not, so there's, even if you take any reading of February 6th, Mr. Jackson is focusing on and thinking the discovery is just what everybody has from the federal government. You've heard this many times. We can't produce more than the feds have, but we certainly, and I want to hit this head on, we certainly had those March 22nd, March 22nd, we had those emails at the time that statement was made. We had those. We had the direct, we had the clause, not running away from that. But the question is, at the time Mr. Jackson made those statements, he's focusing on the government, and he's not knowingly saying in his mind, oh, well, I know we've got these emails from way back when. And so with regard to the shall not knowingly, there's no evidence of knowingly here, and I don't believe, respectfully, there can be an inference stated. When I've looked at every single case where the court can look at the circumstances, so knowingly is not merely a subjective question of what an attorney has. The court is entitled to look at the circumstances, and the case law says should make an objective determination on knowingly. But the cases, and I can give them to Your Honor, the cases are legion, that the court cannot draw an inference from no fact to conclude it was knowing. They got to have some basis, and I'll give you some examples. What happens is if, let's say somebody, one of the leading cases is unfortunately a woman attorney who was in a bad divorce. She had financial statements, and she made misstatements in fact about her financial statements. And then the question became, did she knowingly know it? And what the court did, she said, no, I didn't know it, I didn't remember it, I was under psychological stress. And what the court did was they went and they looked at the circumstances and saw emails and conversations she had with her accountant, where she clearly knew about those statements, and she told the court she did. So there's an example of you've got to have circumstances that the court cannot just jump from a lawyer said this to it's knowingly without some basis. That's why the mens rea is there. So in turn, and that's the February 6th, respectfully, that's the only aspect, and I went through all the others, that even comes close to a false statement of fact by Mr. Yannetti or Mr. Jackson. In sum, Mr. Yannetti's statements on June 10th, all completely accurate, Mr. Jackson's eliciting of the direct testimony at trial when he asked, have I ever asked you specific, questions, etc., that's completely true because it was Dr. Wolf who sent the questions in. So we now are left with February 6th, and I've given you that construction of the statute. My last point, Your Honor, is going to go to the Rule 14, which is, and I'm going to spend a very short amount of time on this. Now that the Commonwealth knows that the discovery came from the defense, I want to go back to, please, the February 18th transcript, because I want to keep separate analytically the ARCA from defense counsel, Because obviously for Ms. Reed is obviously very concerned about her defense counsel and her choice of counsel, which is going to be my last legal point. But in terms of what occurred, I want to go to and quote the Commonwealth on the transcript. I am on page 62, line 18. Obviously, and by the way, this is toward the very end of the 18. Obviously, the Commonwealth is in no position to contact, et cetera, and what does that relate to? If Your Honor would go back to page 60, line 13. And it's a repeat, but I didn't get to the point here. I don't care if the ARCA witnesses testify at trial. I don't care about their opinions. But I care that it's unfair, imbalanced, and hidden, and the Commonwealth, like the defense, is entitled to discovery. Key line. So if
We're
they can
entitled to a fair
produce the
trial.
discovery, I welcome ARCA. I want to repeat that.
You don't need to.
I'm sorry. Okay. So my point is, we produced the discovery. Why is there still an issue with ARCA? These aren't my words. So I want to cover, before I get to the Sixth Amendment issues, the point that ARCA should be allowed to testify. We've complied with our Rule 14 obligations. There's no prejudice. They have the discovery. They've obviously had from the government a long time.
Brennan's argument against it is 10 lies.
To make sure that either intended or collateral damage to ARCA still gets to testify, because it's a key part of the defense here. Now to the Sixth Amendment. The United States Supreme Court has held repeatedly that a defendant's Sixth Amendment right to defense counsel of their choice is a root basis of the Sixth Amendment. Is it an absolute right? No, Your Honor. If counsel does something so egregious, does it correct it? The Sixth Amendment gives way to the need for the court to have candor, the need for the court to have decorum in the courtroom. So I understand that. My presentation today was as an advocate, of course, foremost, but also to provide all the information. So when Your Honor balances that sacrosanct Sixth Amendment right with whether or not there has been such a level of conduct that can be diluted or trumped. And I give Your Honor United States versus Gonzalez-Lopez, 548 U.S. 140, 2006. And in that case, there was violations of the local rule. And the court, and the court struck their counsel for that. And the U.S. Supreme
counsel pro hoc vice, or was that?
I'm gonna get to that. The answer is the counsel. I want to be assured my answer. Yes, and I'm going to read my conclusion because it doesn't say pro hoc vice, but I'm going to read you a part of it. It says, during the hearing, however, the magistrate judge revoked Lowe's, that's the attorney, provisional acceptance. So I believe that's the parlance of pro hoc vice, but Your Honor, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100% sure. And then the following week, et cetera, and then the revocation occurred. And yes, it was. So the Supreme Court holding, government conceded that Gonzalez's Sixth Amendment right was violated where the court denied pro hoc vice admission based on perceived violations of a local court rule.
All right, so pro hoc vici was not permitted in. It wasn't a revocation of pro hoc vici. There's a difference.
There is a difference, and both occurred in this case.
Okay.
There was both. Good point, both. So, Your Honor, and there are other cases when you have the Sixth Amendment.
Yeah, I was going to talk about
the
that.
fact that someone is pro hoc vice status is not the determining factor. The Sixth Amendment, in terms of legal dignity, is way up here, and then the pro hoc and the local rules are down here.
Yeah.
It's only when the violations that undergird the pro hoc vice get repetitive, get more than repetitive, but go to things that are done that aren't corrected. And the issues that I've seen in my research, Your Honor, is that they have to be so, the violations have to drive so much to the core issues in the case. It's like suborning perjury, putting people on the stand when they know they're wrong, literally having objective evidence that counsel had a document in their hands.
That's right.
Almost literally at the same time they're telling the court they don't have it.
That's
it has
right.
to be that severity to trump the Sixth Amendment. And why is that, Your Honor? Because the court has alternative remedies for if they really think that is happening. And that is going to be my last point on the Sixth Amendment. The case law is replete with the trial court having to be careful that whatever they do, even if they believe there's a basis for some sanctions, that the court look to do them post-trial so that there is not for the trial the bleeding in of those issues into pretrial matters. And
wow.
The case law, there's a mention of that all the time. It encourages the trial courts to make sure that they're very, very sensitive to that issue. I don't think the courts are being all that sensitive and empathetic to the lawyers, but I think what they're doing is appropriately trying to make sure the defendant gets a fair trial, right? And the defendant is not adversely affected by whatever the counsel may or may not have done. But I want to be very careful and clear, Your Honor. I'm not saying that is sort of like mitigation. I'm saying, importantly, the time I spent that there was not these violations. If any occurred, they were corrected. And on Rule 14, there's no prejudice. And therefore, I conclude, Your Honor, and I would urge the court. What happened on February 18th? There were some misstatements and they weren't cured. I don't want this to turn into, and I'm not making this argument. I'm not making an equivalence argument. I'm not saying, okay, now let's turn to the Commonwealth. To the contrary, Your Honor, and I hope I provided a factual legal basis. I don't want any of this to continue. I don't want scrutiny of the Commonwealth statements on February 18th unless there's going to be continued scrutiny of the defense counsel. And I don't say this as a camouflage or a shield. We've got a lot to do between now and April 1st. The last thing I'm sure the court wants or anybody wants is to have something happen where that date can't be met because of whatever actions come out of this.
Wow.
My hope is that we all understand we made mistakes. Mistakes have been made clearly by both parties. And I would
water under the bridge.
That the parties, not talking about the court, the parties take a breath, a deep breath, and focus on the matters that are important, which is how can we prepare to make sure that the presentations to the jury are candid, truthful, and most importantly, effective so that jury can make the best decision. There's a lot at stake here. The issues are momentous, and that is the focus of the defense. And I, again, conclude, but I would ask that I have, if anything said, if Your Honor has any concerns, I would really appreciate hearing them so I can take them on. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Yernetti, any questions Your Honor has, I would greatly appreciate it. My presentation notwithstanding, if there's still concerns with the court, we we'll take them on as best we can, and certainly candidly. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. Before I give the Commonwealth
Bro.
an opportunity to respond, I need
You are muted.
All right, so
Recess.
there's recess. I mean, that was beautiful. He basically just used Spanky's own strategy. Oh, what we want, even though we just pointed out that this dude lied through his fucking teeth 10 different times on the 18th, just last week, lied through his fucking teeth at you, Your Honor. Ten different occasions where he lied. We figure he was just misspeaking. Water under the bridge. All we ask is that we make sure it doesn't happen during trial, because we want to move on to what's important. And what's important is preparing to make sure that April 1st goes on as planned. Now, I find that funny because he basically just laid it out. Like, if we want to, like, we reserve the right to try to have this motherfucker disbarred. Because we could. We just want the court to know. We can have this motherfucker disbarred. But let's stick to what's important. He's our brother in the law. We're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he made a mistake. 10 mistakes. They happen. It's a crazy trial. Crazy case. Mistakes happen. So we just ask everybody, breathe a moment. Just chill out. So yeah. 4 breaks. Well, 4 breaks in like 4 hours, but yeah, ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I at this point, dude, the fact that she allowed and probably appointed Fanning to be in charge of the jury in the last trial is enough for me. Because, I mean, Alessi pointed out a very, very important fact. This whole argument, she let him stand up there and tell those lies. And then she took that shit to be fact. She didn't say, hey, I need this in emotion. You're claiming a lot of shit here. I need this in emotion. She didn't say that. She said, I'm going to give the defense a week to argue against this fucking rhetoric that this dude just fucking spewed out here in my courtroom without having it in writing first and submitting it the way that you're supposed to do in my courtroom, the way that I've been making the defense do so for the last 3 years, and would reprimand them if they didn't. So here, Alessi is just pointing it out. He's just saying, yo, like, all right, well, he didn't file any motions. He just got to sit up here and spew this shit out. And his entire basis for wanting to exclude the ARCA experts is that we didn't provide discovery. They have the same discovery that we have. They have all of it. There's no secret communication. And again, one has to ask the question. If Brennan is asking for discovery that the defense hasn't shared, then he's asking for discovery that the defense doesn't have. And what he's asking for, because he put it in writing at one point, that he wanted the witnesses. They tried to get it from the U.S. Attorney's Office. They wanted the witnesses. They wanted the names of the witnesses involved in the investigation. And they tried to exclude ARCA based on that. And yeah, I wanted to point that out real quick. Channel 5 posted, before Alessi's even done, Channel 5, whose attorney, the attorney for Channel 5 is at least one of the McAlbert's attorneys. I'm not sure exactly which one. And posted, Karen Reed's attorneys admit paying witnesses. Or admit paying witness. That's their headline. That's what they took out of this. So Channel 5's even trying to twist the truth. Even though we're watching it in real time, we got eyes, we got ears, we got brains. And here they're trying to twist the truth. That's also a great point. Joe, flip ahead. Isn't it ironic that Bev needs all the transcripts to make a final determination, but the jury didn't get any transcripts? That jury was 150% controlled by the Commonwealth. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. That totally happened. Thanks to Ronnie being interviewed exclusively by Turtle Boy. We know these things. I've never seen any shit like this in my life. Man, this is cutting close because in less than 3 hours, I'm going live with Nan Gallagher, which I'm very much looking forward to. But this is going to be cutting my time close because I have to go to the store before that live stream starts because I'm down to like 2 more smokes. And I'm nursing each one, putting it out, lighting it back up. But right now, Bev doesn't know what to fucking do. Because Alessi, one of the great genius points behind Alessi's argument was, it was you, Your Honor, who was lied to. You're the victim here. You were the one who was misrepresented. That's funny. Yeah, this is just fucking crazy, dude. This is just fucking crazy. Yeah, I haven't eaten either. But I have food, and I don't want to like spend money on food when I have food. I just haven't had a chance to eat it yet. So I'm hoping to get 30 minutes to do that. But I really need to go to the store at some point. Because I'm down to one more energy drink too. That's not going to fly. But I can have those delivered. But can't have cigarettes delivered. So I mean, yeah, they're continuing to do so. This is just that's funny. No, DoorDash won't deliver cigs. Yeah, this is just fucking crazy, dude. And I wonder, like, because Brendan's supposed to start his argument. You know what I picture Brendan doing? Brendan's gonna come back into the courtroom being wheeled in a wheelchair by a bailiff with an oxygen mask and sunglasses to get sympathy. He's gonna come in. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, Your Honor, I'm unable to continue today. I'm just asking that I get a little leeway in being able to present my argument against these claims against the defense. It's totally going to happen. Like, I don't know how long this recess is for. Did she say and I missed it? Five minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. She said 10. Okay. Yeah, so I won't open the phone lines. I'll wait. I'm just gonna look over chat in the meantime. She's on drug dealer time. And we're still waiting to find out if Betterow is going to be allowed in. But that's not going to get covered today. But Brennan should be shitting himself right now. Because how's he going to argue? How's he going to argue against that? Like, not only did Alessi lay the shit out, but he brought receipts. Yeah, this issue itself won't conclude today. I agree with you, Nan. And I want to make it abundantly clear. Listen, guys, wait for us. To quote David Yannetti, and when I mean us, I mean me and Nan Gallagher. Wait for us. Because Nan Gallagher earlier today, before lunch, sent me a screenshot of the very rules of conduct by the Massachusetts bar that I don't want to say what it's the Massachusetts, it's the rules of professional conduct. Rule 3.3 candor. She sent this to me at 1:03 p.m. Okay? 1:03 p.m. I get this. And that's what I read. After lunch, Alessi comes back and quotes this. Okay? Wait for us. Because Laferio here, Nan Gallagher knows what the fuck she's talking about.
I am going to take you up on your offer to ask any questions, and I may have questions for both sides next week. But actually, what I want to do, is you said I could ask questions of other counsel. So while memories are fresh, I just want to ensure the accuracy of what was just said. So I'm certainly not going to order counsel to answer my questions. You don't have to, but I am curious. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes, ma'am.
As an officer of the court, is there anything that you dispute that you just heard from Mr. Alessi? And what I'm particularly concerned about is what you knew or what you didn't know.
No, what he said was entirely accurate.
Okay? Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, that's why we had him do it.
No, and I would simply elucidate with regard to the February 6th sidebar comment. As I look back at I didn't remember making the comment one way or the other. I didn't remember that sidebar.
I did.
Well, I'm sure the court did after the transcript.
No,
I
no,
did as well.
no,
after I
no.
looked at the
I
transcript.
did long before I looked at that.
Right. The context of that, what was in my brain when I said we don't have anything else to give, which when I reviewed the transcript, was very clearly the federal batch of information, what we refer to as the federal dump. I did not have in my head at all emails, communications, things of that nature, the small
Invoices, payment.
No, nothing. Because the context of what Mr. Brennan was talking about, being frustrated about, were his TUI requests concerning the federal batch of information. That's when I was
Exactly.
making the additional statement. We don't have anything that they don't have concerning the federal information.
Exactly.
The background information for the ARCA experts. That was it.
Your Honor, if I could, this is the.
Nope, hold on. Ms. Little, it's just thrown on you that that you're responsible for all discovery. But the same question, you, and again, you don't have to answer, but is there anything that you dispute in the accuracy of what Mr. Alessi told me about what you knew and what you didn't know and when?
No, Your Honor, I would just add that as soon as the court issued the order, I obviously was not in court that day, but as soon as the court issued the order that ARCA reciprocal discovery be provided, I gathered those documents and I provided it. So that was the, I guess, prompt for going to look to see if we could satisfy the 10 things that were outlined by Mr. Brennan.
Okay, so I'm going to hear from the Commonwealth now. It does not look like we'll finish this today because we'll be ending around 4 o'clock. But I will hear you, Mr. Brennan.
All right. So 30 more minutes. That gives me enough time that I need to do what I need to do.
Attorney Alessi ended his argument talking about the Sixth Amendment and discounting repeated or repetitive violations. When you consider the conduct in this case, you should consider the history of the case, including repetitive violations, 3.6 violations, protective order violations, and then discovery violations, representation violations. The defense in the first trial attempted and successfully did portray ARCA witnesses as wholly independent, presented themselves as oblivious to the nuances of ARCA, left the impression that there was no compensation, no bias, no collaboration.
Wrong.
They prosecuted the information that they gave
He's doubling down.
in advance of the second trial, and I'm going to get to the timing of that. But it ignores entirely withholding this information before the first trial. The defendant presumed innocent has a right to a fair trial, and so do the people of the Commonwealth. It is clear from a reading of the transcripts and the records and the posturing materials that there was information that showed that ARCA was not wholly independent. It's information that was known to the defense, and for whatever reason, perhaps a strategic advantage was not provided to the Commonwealth, the court, nor the jury. Mr. Attorney Alessi talks about the Gonzalez case. In that case, there was one attorney to cross-examine a witness, which is protocol, another attorney passed a note, a minor violation of a court procedure. That is like a raindrop in a hurricane. We have a code of ethics and rules to ensure a fair trial for everybody, both sides.
This motherfucker.
Coming in at the last hour and provide information when the avalanche has started is not enough. This isn't just about Rule 14. My effort with the ARCA witnesses from the beginning, and I've been clear and consistent, is not to preclude them. It is to get fair discovery that we're entitled to. I did not know before a few weeks ago what the defense had known. I did not know that there was conversations and efforts made between them and then inevitably compensation paid. I didn't know that, but I certainly suspected it.
You're lying.
I saw Your Honor's questions
You're a piece of
before
shit.
Vardir, during Vardir, after Vardir. I remember the conversations sidebar. And those questions were right to the point. And when we were sidebar, I specifically mentioned, I don't know about Vardir is inconsequential. I don't know what to ask. I can't send them back home to get records of the emails or any billing. All of that was denounced. All of that was portrayed as baseless. But the court had questions. I had many of the same questions. It is not a surprise that we start to scratch off the tip of the iceberg. It is not complete. There is a murky relationship between the defense and the United States Attorney's Office relative to these ARCA witnesses. And there is a very unclear relationship as we stand here right now between the history of interaction between the defense and these ARCA witnesses. You can see from the emails, while there is some information provided, there are gaps. There are enormous gaps in time. The pause moment on March 24th and then reinitiating on May 5th, where ARCA is actually billing the defense for their works before the Vardir. There had to have been communication between that time that rekindled this relationship. There are 2 requests that are mentioned in the emails. We didn't get all of those responses. And so we do not have an affidavit from either counsel or any of the counsels. We did not hear a word from any of them. According to Mr. Lisi, what you should do, what the court should do, is go to the federal government and ask
So
questions.
just to be clear, I am not having ex parte communications with anyone about this case. So I'm totally rejecting your request that I do that, Mr. Lisi.
It wasn't a request, Your Honor.
You suggested that I call.
No, I said if Your Honor wanted to do that. I didn't suggest that Your Honor.
I'll move on, but
This is unfucking believable right now.
to provide the proof that the defense was given the opportunity to bring in today to clarify the record. Instead,
Holy shit.
it is the typical 101, blame everybody but themselves. There's no acknowledgement. There's no contrition. And there's no confidence that we are going to get all the materials that we're entitled to. To suggest that ARCA's position did not change, it did change. Their opinions did change by the time they reached trial. It is not that the defense brought out that there was an expert in lighting or crashes happen at night. It is the bias, the relationship that is critical, and that was hidden from the court, the Commonwealth, and the jury. It is the bias and the leaning towards one side that was not disclosed. It doesn't help the first trial to disclose it last week or 10 days ago. So let me offer a quick history. It is true, when I first spoke to the court, I believed the documents provided by the federal government, and I did correct that record as soon as I learned before court ended for the day. January 30th, 2025, the United States Attorney's Office responded to one of my 2 requests. They provided billing, including ARCA billing. There was billing for their reconstruction, but there was no billing provided for their preparation, Vardir preparation, travel expenses, trial testimony. That information was provided to both sides on January 30th, 2025. It seemed at that point that the federal government was being at least
This is
a
a
little
fucking
more
witch hunt.
responsive, although not correctly. No bills other than what the ARCA experts did in putting together their demonstration and their accident reconstruction. February 11th, I filed on behalf of the Commonwealth our motion to exclude the ARPA witnesses. On February 12th, the United States Attorney's Office gives us new emails. And those emails were between the defense and the United States Attorney's Office regarding their request to use ARPA witnesses at trial. It's not a surprise that on February 13th, on the heels of these more productive disclosures by the federal government, we then received the disclosures from the defense, which are the emails regarding conversations between Attorney Jackson and Dr. Wolf, and the invoice for billing. Now, I did misspeak, I corrected it, but it is not the source of that information. It is the substance of that information which is critical and relevant. It is that information that should have been known to the court, the Commonwealth, and the jury at the first trial, and it is also that information when you compare it.
It happened after the trial,
representations
dumbass.
that have been made prior to trial by the defense that has import. Before, and I'm not going to belabor this and go through the comments, most of them again, but it is important before I get to the representations. The court does consider pro hoc VJ. We have one licensed attorney in Massachusetts who's carrying 3 pro hoc VJ attorneys with the request for a 4th to ride on that same license. There is a responsibility, respectfully, to Attorney Inetti, fine attorney, an excellent attorney who I admire.
Shut the fuck
There is a
up.
responsibility so that there are not a number of pro hoc VJ lawyers doing different things and then later plausible deniability. When we send emails, if I should miss one person on an email, I will receive an email telling me that make sure everybody gets every communication. I've been corrected or redirected many times when we've left somebody out on a communication. Pleadings are signed by all parties. They come through the bar card on that table. And so to try to parse or mince or put a slight on words to suggest that things are done independently and there's no responsibility for the defense when a representation is made that's inaccurate isn't enough. It doesn't assure that in the future it won't continue. Now, Mr. Alisi said there were rules of the road. This was before his time and mine, but I've read the discovery. There were no rules of the road. There was a protective order. And the protective order was clear that there was no discussion outside of court about the federal material. And there was nothing in the protective order or direction from the U.S. Attorney's Office that the Commonwealth had any right or privilege to contact any witnesses. Everything is done by the book, by regulation, through 2 requests.
So I have to say, I've never seen the protective order. I received a stack of discovery that the federal authorities were kind enough to get to me in advance of trial last time, because Mr. Jackson had told me he understood that I was.
I thought you put
from
the
a place
protective
that
order
I
up.
I didn't have enough.
Didn't she implement the protective order?
So I received those 3,000 pages plus. I did not receive a protective order. I don't know that I'm entitled to it, but it would be helpful. I don't want to take it if I'm not entitled to it. I don't know what the parameters are.
Your Honor, we have a copy of the protective order. I did ask the counsel if there was any limitations to it, and I don't have a certain answer. What I'd like to do is
Call over
inquire.
there, please. All right, if I can have it, I'd like it. It would help guide me through this. If I can't have it, I'll just go with everything I've done.
May I have a moment to speak to counsel?
Sure.
That's interesting. Try not to punch him in the face,
I'll
Unetti.
call the United States Attorney's Office and get an answer.
All right, I appreciate that. Sorry to interrupt.
And so the portrayal that there was a rules of the road, there was no such rules of the road. Neither Attorney Lally or McLaughlin ever contacted any witnesses directly because they understood that that was precluded. And so there was not an opportunity to call or discuss or have conversations, share direct examinations, or have emails with these witnesses. In fact, it's underscored, isn't it, by the emails that we received where Dr. Wolf replies on the 24th saying, U.S. Attorney's Office essentially told them to hold off on communications. It doesn't seem like it will be a very clear rule of the road to have independent conversation with these witnesses and then be cautioned that that no longer was viable. And so inevitably, it was the understanding that nobody would be speaking to the witnesses. And I did see in the transcript, in the board here, where it was asked, were you available to the Commonwealth? And the witness said yes. I don't know any basis whatsoever for the witness to suggest that there was any invitation to speak to them. And so what we have is we have witnesses that were wholly portrayed as independent. When we look at the testimony, it was represented many times in court, leaving the impression that the defense had no access and no special relationship with the ARCA witnesses. On June 5th, 2024, day 26 of trial.
What date?
Day 26
You
of
know, I
trial.
know that, but what date?
June 5th, 2024. Discussing scheduling and voir dire hearings. The defense said, I provided everything we have. I can't make up discovery. I mean, I got a report. And everybody in this group knows why I can't provide additional discovery for ARCA. Everybody knows they've got what I've got.
Right.
Your Honor asked, I haven't. If you can't, that's fine. So not everybody knows, and I make those decisions. Response, certainly. You're the one who needs to know, and I thought you knew. The federal authorities will not allow me to interview or ask for additional information from anybody in their world. So I have nothing. I've got a report. He's got the report. That's it. I'm going to start asking questions on the report. That's it. He can cross the report. So as many times as he says, I don't know what they're going to testify to. Yes, you do, because they're going to testify to the content of the report. And those are definitely questions I'm going to ask. So I've got clean hands.
All right, so you're reading from a transcript. As you know, there are dozens of transcripts. What's the volume number? There's date.
Yeah, you didn't make a notebook for her,
Volume number
buddy?
And the page number.
Day 26.
Where's your notebook,
trial,
dude?
Page 248.
Get your shit together.
I will get a volume number to the court.
That's okay.
This seems to directly contradict the theory that Attorney Alisi has been promoting today of the rules of the road. This does not suggest that ARCA is open for business and private discussion and consultation and payment. It says the opposite. The federal authorities will not allow me to interview or ask for additional information from anybody in their world, so I have nothing. And
Not
so
even a
this
notebook.
Presentation today by Attorney Alisi suggesting somehow that this was open and notorious is not backed up by the defense attorneys themselves.
Yes, it is.
The June 10th hearing, we've already been through it. I won't repeat it, but those comments are important. I think what stands out about the prior hearings, and I say that I think that there's a murky relationship that we have not done more than scratch the surface of, is Your Honor may remember that the defense noticed 3 experts, including Mr. Klein. When we get to June 10th, Your Honor is asking, regarding the 3 experts from ARCA, this is June 10, 2024, trial transcript 28.
Hold on one second.
I believe it's page 12.
Okay.
And you were asking about the 3 experts from ARCA. And you mentioned, notably, I can't tell who does what or what the basis of the opinion is. And when you look at the ARCA report, there's no delineation on which of the 3 experts did what in that report. You can't tell what role each of them played from the report. And so if we only had the report, we wouldn't know which of those experts to call. And so when you continue questioning, you were told, well, you said, so I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand. And Mr. Yannetti said, that's essentially it. He gives some detail. As mentioned earlier, we've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordinating their testimony and background. The important point for this particular point is that the defense inevitably calls two witnesses, Mr. Wolf and Mr. Rentschler. And when they only call Mr. Wolf and Mr. Rentschler, there must be a reason why. Because you can't tell from the report who did what. They noticed 3 experts. So there must be conversations with somebody explaining the witness's role or why only 2 of those 3 witnesses are important for the defense.
No, there doesn't.
And so it is clear
The reports,
from the absence
they're
of
just
information,
called
there
on
are
to testify
much
on the
more
reports.
communications that are expected to be in existence that have not been provided. On June 18th, 2024, the Vardir hearing. The court asks, well, I thought that you would help.
I've got the transcript. What page you want?
Wow.
Do you know?
No, but I can.
If it's just your notes, that's okay.
I can pull it up.
Where's your notebook, bro? Get your shit together, guy. Where's your A game? No, Your Honor. I planned on just basically double talking and confusing you. I thought we had an agreement. I don't know why you're actually asking me to show you where I'm talking about. I thought it was understood that I was just going to lie to you and you were going to take my word for it, Your Honor.
Page 4, line 11, the court asks, so the understanding of the voir dire is that this is for the Commonwealth's motion to exclude this testimony. All right, that's what we're here for, the Rule 14 violation. And Mr. Jackson says, is that the same with Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler? And the court says, well, I thought that would help both of you. The Commonwealth has nothing on that, and you say you haven't been able to even talk to them at all about this case. And the answer is that's correct.
It's because they didn't talk about the case. Dummy.
Now, refraining from my opinion and characterizations, unlike the defense, I think that the transcript speaks for itself. I'll let it speak for itself. When we continue in the voir dire hearing, page 71.
Okay.
Line 4, importantly, were you hired by the defense in this case? No, sir. Before this morning, when you walked into court, have you and I ever met face to face? No, sir. Now, this illustrates an important point. That is technically true. But what impression is that making to the court and to the Commonwealth?
Wow. Wow,
Is
dude.
that a genuine impression consistent with reality?
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Line 20, the person to my left, the female to my left sitting here, have you ever seen her before? Nope. Do you know who she is? Yes. And so there is direct and indirect commentary.
You are reaching, man.
Presentations that reinforce that the defense and ARC are wholly independent from each other.
Have you ever seen her before? No. Do you know who she is? Yeah. She introduced herself to me on the way into the courthouse, stupid.
There are questions voir dire and at trial about whether or not the witnesses were ever paid. It may be technically true they were not paid at the time they were asked the questions, but if there is an expectation of payment, it is a promise, reward, and inducement. It can show bias. There's nothing wrong with paying an expert.
Thank you, Kelly
There's
R.
nothing wrong with going over a direct examination with an expert. There is nothing wrong with talking about particular questions with an expert. But when these experts are being portrayed a certain way, that they're independent, that there is no evidence, information
They are
about them,
independent.
then it is not a fair representation. It is not an honest representation. Now, it wasn't until Your Honor asked today that we even knew that the defense paid this bill. When you look at the bill, there's some things that stand out. There's a tax ID number.
Yeah, the fact that they were
Invoice
billed
dated
after the
5/12/2024,
fucking trial and they didn't even know why they were being billed. So they called the U.S. attorney.
Okay. It's addressed to Attorney Jackson, and the position that the defense takes, Attorney Lisi takes today, is this came out of the blue that they had to pay. Apparently, everybody in the know.
Look at this guy.
The defense was paying for this expert, other than the defense.
Time to make the donuts.
Dr. Wolf knew. Dr. Rentschler apparently knew. The federal government knew. When you look at the bill, there are things that stand out that are so notable that you can't go back and try to twist them or change them. Look at the first entry of May 1st, 2024. That is before June 10th. That is before the representations that there was no intention of compensation. Apparently, the witnesses they were going to call expected that they were going to be paid by the defense, and they wouldn't have been keeping track of their time back on May 1st, 2024, participating in a telephone call with Alan Jackson. And so the March 20th email asking for an engagement letter and a retainer, and then the 24th saying we need to take a step back because of the U.S. Attorney's Office.
22nd.
I'm sorry, 22nd and 24th. There is obviously more communications because the relationship re-engages at least on or before May 1st, 2024, and these witnesses understand that they're going to be paid by the defense. And as I mentioned in the materials that we got from the United States Attorney's Office on February 12th, there is no billing related to prep for Vardir, travel, trial, none. So the only people who were surprised that they were paying the witnesses apparently was the defense themselves.
Yeah.
And then before that June 10th hearing where the representations were made, there was a June 9, 2024 phone call. Another participated in telephone call.
Grave concern.
And then we see before the Vardir testimony, there is billing to the defense, which is now we know paid by the defense, prepared for Vardir testimony, June 17, 2024. What we don't know is, in the preparation, was there any conversation with the defense? Was there any emails? Were there any documents? Were there any outlines? Was there any discussion about the potential testimony, or is this solely the preparation of Dr. Rentschler on his own? On the same date, 3 hours billed by Dr. Wolf, prepared for testimony and hearing. Now, they felt inclined and comfortable billing the defense for it. Was there any interaction or discussion between the parties? We don't know. This was the time that the court gave the defense an opportunity to bring in their product, their receipts, the emails, to elucidate, illustrate, demonstrate, prove what the relationship was. We don't have anything. We have nothing more than we did last week. On June 18, 2024, a round trip to Norfolk Superior Court by Dr. Rentschler, and also separately for his testimony, 8 hours billed, 12 hours for Dr. Wolf billed to the defense. June 21st, Dr. Rentschler prepares for his trial testimony, bills the defense, 5 hours. Again, we have no idea if that includes in any way correspondence, communication, interaction with the defense.
Wow.
June 21st, Dr. Wolf.
Exactly, you don't know.
Hours. June 23rd, Dr. Wolf travels to Boston for trial, significant delays, and then Dr. Rensler on the 24th, round trip, Norfolk Superior Court, 11 hours, 6.5 hours respectively, billed to the defense. Now, it's hard to believe these witnesses would put forward money and expenses and travel without some understanding that they were going to get paid. It is hard to believe this company, especially after.
Yeah, why isn't Bev calling him out on speculating right now?
Especially after having conversations, collaborating on their potential testimony. It is hard to believe that they would come to Boston, spend their time and their own money to do this, to just simply send a bill later with no expectation of being paid. In fact, it's a very specific accounting of their time.
Just because it's hard to
One account of
believe.
their time is because they need to have a contemporaneous record so they can get paid for that time.
Prove it,
Also
bro.
billing for wait time and travel, testimony at trial on June 24th, and then there's expenses for June 18th and June 24th. Specific expenses, $1,749, $1,932. So they are keeping very careful track of the bill that they send within 1 month of the defense that gets paid that Commonwealth and the court never knows about. Talking about correcting a record. And so this $23,925, we find out today.
Yo, wrap it up, B.
By the defense. We hear that there was a conversation with the federal government. We have no affidavit. We have no witness. We have no writing, no email, no correspondence, nothing to support or put in context the conversation. Nothing. Nothing. And so when you look at the story on this bill and the timing of it and the details of it, we know that we are getting a fraction of the story. A fraction. It's not enough to blame the court, blame the Commonwealth, blame the U.S. Attorney's Office. There's some accountability.
Nobody's blaming anybody except you for lying. There's no blame to be had. Nothing happened. Nothing went wrong. Nothing was done wrong.
We also, at some point, we're going to address the Commonwealth's position of violations of 3.6. That's a motion. It's interesting that after the last court hearing, well-known reporter, very reputable reporter, Christine Rex, asks Mr. Jackson about paying the bill.
Wow.
What I'd suggest more 3.6 activity. Quote, no, of course not. That was the position last week. So what we're left with is we still don't know the relationship between the defense and ARCA. We don't know about the impact it had on the first trial. There has been these multiple representations that ARCA was independent, they had their opinions, and they were exculpatory. ARCA's opinions changed. There were 4 opinions. And if you look at their report, and I'm not going to read it for sake of the press and the public, we'll have the trial, and we'll vet it at trial. But when you read the report, clearly the representations made about that report were extended at trial. And the question's going to be, why? Why did they improve? Why did
Any
they?
particular page you'd like to with outside?
If you look at the first page.
Yes.
Yeah,
You don't have to read any of it, you just tell me.
Wake up, Paul.
Yeah, I think it's just the first paragraph that lays out their findings.
Thank you very much.
Jesus, man.
And actually, particularly note number 4, and both publicly, repetitively, but also at trial, the parameters of that were extended substantially. There is a summary again at the end of that report. Substantially says the same thing. If you look at the last page, which is signed by all three of the experts, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Rexler, and Mr. Klein, says essentially the same thing. So we'd be oblivious if we stood here and said that the relationship between the defense and the experts, there was no relevance to bias or motive or desire to please, because clearly there's a change, there's an expectation of payment, there's communication, and to suggest that an outline was provided so close to the testimony, therefore it shouldn't have been shared. It isn't just what's in that outline. It's the fact that they have the relationship. Attorney Jackson may have brought out that accidents happen often at night. It's not the point. The point that the ARCA witness is willing to forego that information as a benefit to the defense.
They
That
didn't
is the
though.
heart of what is
Jackson
missing, what is hidden.
hit that point head
So,
on.
there are a number of instances to
He spearheaded that point.
Outline where the ARCA clearly is trying to accommodate the defense. And by representing to the court that there is no relationship, the hands are clean, they have no information.
Wow,
it's not only
dude.
not accurate, it is misleading and unfair.
Just because you say it out loud, it doesn't make it true.
So we know there is more. The question is, will we get it before trial? I have another.
There is not more.
This week. I don't know how long it will take to respond to it. And the two letters.
You have no proof that there's more.
Thorough and complete. It's just not the way TUI works. And so we are in the same spot. Well, actually, we're in a better spot. We know now about the relationship. We know about the potential bias. We know about the payments, but we don't know the full scope of it. And so we are entitled to that information.
God.
We don't know what conversations and communications the defense had with the ARC experts that the federal government doesn't know about. Over the next few weeks, we're going to attempt to get more information, but we will never have an accurate accounting unless it's compelled. Your Honor has mentioned the sidebar,
Which one?
the most recent one.
Okay.
I am not trying to be overly critical of another attorney. I'm not.
Followed by being critical of another attorney. Here we go.
It has been my effort to get Rule 14 material. It has been my effort not to exclude ARCA witnesses. It has been my effort to try to achieve fair play. There's been no other way to compel any information other than to file motions in this case. And it is not incumbent on the government to fight for this information. We're entitled to it. We're entitled to it. And at this point, we have no confidence whatsoever, none, that we're going to receive the information that we deserve.
All right, thank you. Mr. Leslie, very briefly, if you have something.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. And I hope we get an opportunity to have a more fulsome response, but I'm going to be very brief on the key points. Attorney Brennan focused a lot on the invoice. As I said, I work with experts all the time. The experts keep track of time. They had historically been paid by the government. There's another completely rational, more probable explanation that they have been retained by the government. They were being paid by the government. They maybe at a certain point didn't know
Deb
who was
knows
gonna pay
this.
their bills because They turned out they were going to provide testimony. That is a whole different issue, what they expected to be paid and by whom from what the defense expected. So
Right.
two things can be true. It can be at some point they thought they were going to get paid, but up to that point they were being paid by the government. And the entries, all that Mr. Brennan went through, particularly the early ones, there is zero evidence before the court on any basis that they expected on those dates of those entries that they were going to be paid by the defense. And it's very important because Attorney Brennan spent most of his time on that invoice. With regard to the comment he made, and this is the problem when we don't have notice, like I provided a notebook so everybody could see it. We don't have some of the things that Mr. Brennan was referring to, but he referred to, of all things, Mr. Jackson's response to a reporter. We're here talking about communications to the court. But to be clear, the reporter asked, did you pay for testimony? Did you pay for testimony? Mr. Jackson, of course, said, no, I paid for their time.
Did he say I paid for their time?
Pardon me?
Did he say I paid for their time?
Mr. Jackson?
I said the words, of course not. Did you pay these witnesses for their testimony? And I said, of course not. If the court were to ask me that question today, I would respond exactly the same way.
Exactly.
So you just said that I paid for their time. That
No,
was not said, right?
That was not said, but I'm saying there's always some inference about what he said that was said, but that was his response. That was it.
Semantics,
The
Bev.
premise of Attorney Brennan was what Mr. Jackson said to the reporter was different from what you've heard in court today, and it wasn't. It's important to be accurate. The other things that I'm going to go through quickly is it kept stating that there had to be a belief that they were going to be paid by the defense. There is no evidence whatsoever for that because it didn't exist. So now with regard quickly again to the other topics, Attorney Brennan talked about 3 witnesses, right? And he said he was, I believe I took it as clearly inferring 3 ARCA. Your Honor can go back to the transcript. It was Dr. Russell was the 3rd one.
Oh, I thought it was the 3 ARCA people. I
Yep.
can go back to the transcript.
You can go back to the transcript. Earlier on, there was a discussion, way early on.
Who is Mr. Klein?
He was a 3rd ARCA expert that was involved for the government, right? And then he stopped.
The Jen
He didn't
McCabe
retain
phone.
him for testimony.
It's the Jen McCabe phone guy.
Okay.
The
other PhD.
He didn't testify.
It's been a long
I
day.
understand. I'm trying to answer your question, Your Honor.
I know, and I realize that you just said something that you want to explain. Go ahead and explain.
Right. So what I'm saying is, in terms of, I'm going to take back the retained. The point is, there were originally 3 ARCA persons on the report that we got from the government, right?
Right.
Rentschler, Wolf, and Klein. We only went forward with the testimony of Rentschler and Wolf. And that's what I want to come to, Your Honor. The whole emphasis was that the Commonwealth had no notice that we were going to use these experts. Your Honor, the voir dire was the notice.
Yeah.
And my point was, I didn't say that there was no bias. What I said was, once you decide you're going to use an expert, right, you're going to be having them testify. Anybody could claim that that testimony is biased. But the point is, Your Honor, that the allegation that somehow mysteriously this 3rd person that was being discussed, and clearly the inference was that we were misrepresenting Steele about which ARCA witnesses, because we weren't talking about the 3rd. The 3rd was Dr. Russell, and you'll see that in the transcript.
Okay, but when I said you expect something, whatever I said, you expect me to believe that you were calling 3 witnesses whom you've never spoken to. When I had that discussion with Mr. Unetti, that's what I meant.
Thank you for bringing that up, Your Honor. And that was just ARCA. That was nothing to do with Dr. Russell. But here's the important part. Attorney Brennan didn't read the rest of it. You're to believe.
Okay, so where are we? Are we the June 10th?
Yes, please, Your Honor. June 10th. That's exactly right. That's
Now he's
exactly
playing beat the
right.
clock.
June 10th. It's important. He stopped.
So it's page 12.
Yes, thank you.
It's very
So,
important that he
June
leaves
10th.
Judge Bev on his
So
note.
you're to believe, this is line 19. So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here. Here's the response in its total. That's essentially it. We've spoken to them. So it's not like it wasn't disclosed there was a conversation. It was. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. We've not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports. Your Honor, that's 100% true because I
read that earlier.
Right, but Mr. Brennan just mischaracterized it again because that is 100% true. He made it seem like that was an untruthful statement, and I know Your Honor gets it. The other last 2 points, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan talked about that the ARPA experts improved their testimony. My point, Your Honor, was their opinions never changed. Whether they improved is a characterization, but their opinions did not
That's
change.
what matters.
And that is very important. And the last point, Your Honor, goes to
compare the transcripts with
that
the
Your Honor was having
TUI
the
report.
questioning of Ms. Little.
They're the
Jackson.
same.
I want to be very clear on February 6th, and this is going to be my very last point. When Your Honor asked the questions on February 6th, and Mr. Jackson responded about the discovery, and I said to you that Ms. Little was the one handling the discovery. And I spoke with Ms. Little and I spoke with Mr. Jackson, and they're going to be completely available for any questions that follow up on this. I asked Ms. Little during the break. She wasn't here for that February 6th. She obviously didn't hear the sidebar. But I said, when you learned of what the Judge Chronology was asking about, I said, in your head, what was going on and what came to your head? Because I said Mr. Jackson didn't make any knowing misstatement because he had no recollection of any of those March emails. So I asked Ms. Little, who would, between the two of them, would, if there was any recollection. So during the break, I asked Ms. Little, I said, Ms. Little, when you heard, it got the order, because that's the first she knew of the inquiry, she gets the order, I said, when you got that and you saw that you had to turn over discovery, when you read that, did it come to your mind? Did it come to your mind that there are these March emails? And she said, no, I didn't recall them. I didn't remember their existence. And what I did was I knew we had to turn over discovery. I then went back, I rediscovered those emails, and that's how I had recalled it. That is important, Your Honor, because there has to be a knowing misstatement of fact for 3.38. So not only did Mr. Jackson not know at the time Mr. Jackson made those statements and recalled those emails, neither did Ms. Little, who was the keeper of all the discovery. And that is my last point, and I will conclude this way, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan conflated Rule 14 issues with the 3.3A1 issues. They are completely separate. I am not here today, Your Honor, to take the position that the defense is in perfect compliance with Rule 14. We're not. But that's a whole different question from whether the attorneys are in compliance with 3.3A. And I would urge Your Honor, as I know you will, to keep those distinctions as we go through the matter, because conflating them is not proper for the analysis. And my last is a citation of law, Your Honor, which said that Gonzalez involved a very minor issue. Attorney Brennan is correct. There was a minor issue in Gonzalez, but the Supreme Court went through those things that could rise to it. And I'm going to give you another cite, Your Honor, which is United States versus Diazzi, that involved a lot of serious issues with regard to conduct of counsel. They were not pro hoc vice, but it's 807 Fed 2nd 12 First Circuit 1986, where Your Honor can read it as to what were happening. The attorney's conduct was deplorable, and yet the court held that you could not disqualify them because of the Sixth Amendment. And my last point, Your Honor, is when you do a Sixth Amendment analysis, whether or not the attorney at issue is pro hoc vice or not, is not weighty in the determination of balancing the Sixth Amendment. It is not. In the abstract, Your Honor, in civil cases, is it easier to knock out a pro hoc vice? That would be absolutely correct. But when it comes to a criminal case where defendant or choice of counsel, that is a much different analysis with the Sixth Amendment. So I will stop there, Your Honor, because you said it'd be brief. There would be more I would have to say, but those are the highlights for the moment.
Anything, Mr. Brown?
Very briefly.
Oh God, come on, man.
My arguments to the court have always been focused on the verbal gymnastics that counsel engages in to use words like
That's you, asshole.
reality is extraordinary. So let's use the defense words themselves. If you look at docket 505, which was signed in a pleading.
He's getting on my fucking
That was
nerves.
filed late, right? The
February
first Saturday or something.
February 16, 2025. This sums it up, really. And this is signed by Attorney Jackson, Attorney Alisi, Attorney Minetti, certificate of service by Attorney Little.
Was it signed by Ms. Little? It's not.
Ms.
right?
Little has only done the
Maybe
certificate of
authored
service.
by- Okay.
She did not sign it. It was signed by Attorney Jackson, Alisi, and Minetti. And this is the defendant Karen Reed's opposition to Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCA LLC. And here's the representation they make. Not my words, not a misstatement, not a distortion. This is their words. Now comes the defendant Karen Reed, Ms. Reed, and respectfully request that this honorable court deny the Commonwealth's motion to exclude the expert testimony of employees of ARCA LLC, namely Daniel Wolf, PhD, and Andrew Rentschler, PhD. Here's the important part. The Commonwealth's motion to exclude these exculpatory expert witnesses who were not hired or paid for by the defense is not made in good faith and is a desperate and transparent attempt to keep exculpatory testimony of neutral expert witnesses from reaching the jury in this case. I know Attorney Alisi no longer likes the word retain, but that retain word has import. There's a reason he said it. Their word, their motion.
Fuck
is
up.
no different than the tone of representations made February, last June, May, and before. Thank you.
All right. So we're back.
Thank you,
here next
Kelly
week.
R.
I believe we're back here Tuesday, Wednesday, and perhaps Friday. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, may I speak to Wednesday, please? Yeah. As this court may know, Mr. Jackson, myself, and Attorney Weinberg are scheduled to appear before the federal court
What
at
time?
9:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Could we possibly go there and then
Yes.
come here immediately afterwards?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. All right, but we'll see you here, Jim. We have these all scheduled at 9.
We do.
Okay. All right, so we'll see everybody here Tuesday at 9. We've blocked off the day for Tuesday, Wednesday, and of course, I'll let you go to federal court first, and also Friday.
Of course.
All right, so we'll see you next week.
And there you have it, folks.
You are muted.
All right. So people,
Goodbye.
now I really wish that I could. I really wish that I could, but I can't because I don't have time, because I have to take care of Clubber and I have to go to the store and I have to be back here to be live in just over an hour and 30 minutes. So, Jim Jerry, thank you so much. I appreciate you. So I will be live again at 6 p.m. Eastern. And I'm going to have Nan Gallagher on, Lothario, only Nan. and she is going to express her thoughts on what we all watched today. She's been very active in the chat, so she has been paying attention. I'm really glad I went over this because tonight we don't have to go over the stream again. We don't have to go over the entire hearing again. So I'm excited because we're both very familiar with what took place today, and so we will spend that time discussing it. And I'm very much looking forward to it because I could tell that she and I were very much on the same page throughout this entire bullshit that took place all day. So I want to thank everybody for joining me. Again, I realized that there were a lot of other great channels that were streaming this today, a lot with a lot more subscribers and a little bit more appeal to them due to that fact. And I appreciate you guys watching it here. That means the world to me. It really does. You guys are my McLeans, my diehards. So I'm very, very grateful to you guys for that. Thank you guys. Make sure to hit the like. It helps push this out. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Double check to make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube does unsubscribe people. It's pretty weird. I don't know why they do that. But make sure that you are subscribed. And guys, I will see you guys tonight at 6. And as I understand it, Turtle Boy will be live as usual at 9 p.m. to share his thoughts. But even though I normally go over it in exactly 11 minutes, Turtle Boy will be live on Howie Carr. So make sure to go check that out. Normally I stream it. I'm not going to be able to today because I've got to take care of what I need to take care of before I'm ready for my live again at 6 p.m. with only Nan Gallagher. So guys, thanks for hanging out with me. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. What the? There we go.